Hello and welcome back. This is going to be the beginning of the 11th day of the stream, and also technically, I suppose, the beginning of the new highlight video. We got the to-do list down to 24 things. I think in this part we're going to try to run up to at least the Research Center Varox here, so we can do side pack 1 using automated construction stuff. Got a crude list of, I think, everything we need for 0.5 items per second production of Varox. You can see I'm going to need a lot more sap extractors and a lot more sap trees. As well as, but it's more seaweed. Oh, so there's no trees in here. It's just sap trees, seaweed, and moss. But we need more of that stuff going. So we got to get the basics down. Now, if you're watching in the YouTube highlights, we'll jump until I have a few more bits on the bus here extended, and the bus is going to get longer. And if you're watching on YouTube in the unedited version or on Twitch, we're gonna have effectively a little bit of me expanding the base here. Which is mostly gonna be first off here, the slightly boring act of there be a forest in the way. The forest must go. Man, it's coming along pretty nicely. Just a tree over there. I have to say, Factorio trees look nice, but they are very annoying when you don't have bots to simply just go like, yeah, that section over there, please remove that entire section. The inconvenience trees can be. That's enough there. Next on the to-do list, we're skipping chip shooter for the moment because I don't think I might not even really want that on the bus. That might just go closer to where our current ship maker is. So next up, data array. I don't necessarily need a lot of data arrays, but or at least for this first build, I don't. But I do need to build some. That is which one was? There it is. Data array. Simple circuit boards, small parts, steel plates, duraluminum, glass, and titanium. All of those are on the bus, so it's six. Grab 6 things off the bus, put together. Does the data array go into anything? Since, you know, the better data array. No, just an alternative recipe for it after we've done the turret. It doesn't even go to a better version of it. It's data array, and data array. Okay. Let's run a little bit long here and do like grab one of the sixers. For spacing. I'm running along here like, yeah, I'll find what I'm looking for. I'm going farther and farther and farther and not finding what I'm looking for. Have I guess I don't think I've got anything apparently where I pull 6 different things off the bus. Besides the coal. That'll probably work easiest. Let's go with that one. Okay, I only wanted to do 2, but I'm going to do 2 more than normal. Because one of the things I got pulling off the bottom here, I don't think I need to pull off from the bottom. Pull from the top instead. Oh no. Oh wait, no, that's the recipe that I'm copying. This is the recipe I want. So you come with the bus, you come with the bus, you come with the bus, all 6 of those come off the bus, yeah. So something that looks like that. Oh, I probably do want to put splitters on the belt at some point, which probably wants to be making belt as well. Okay. Local area, because I don't want to bust my belt this far. Okay, so got the bit. I just need to get it fed. Good old fed. Small parts, steel, circuits, and then the fancier stuff along. Okay. So, small parts, steel, circuits. Go. For those ones at least. And then it was duraluminum, glass. Oh, I skipped glass, didn't I? I know there's glass. Yeah, I skipped glass. Glass, duraluminum, and what was it? Titanium? Yeah, titanium. So glass, titanium. I'm actually those orders are going to have to build more circuits or get splitters. I think being made at some point. Save me some time. Duraluminum. Okay, so that is you assembled. Now to save on having to build some more splitters, I think I should actually set up this the splitter setup. For the simplicity on this end, I can basically copy and paste that side, like so. I don't think I need that many of those. Let's put you down to that. Same over here. Well, actually, splitters I probably do want quite a bit of. Do 2 for splitters. So for this, this I need belts. So belts aren't coming off the bus. So I can go ahead and actually delete you for the moment because you're not going to do anything. Those two come off the bus, and I need small parts, iron plate. Okay, I'm gonna do, because in a way I've kind of screwed up here. We're gonna do this. Oops. Mean to do that. Accidentally put down a bit of concrete underneath the machine where I can no longer walk on it. I'm like, not a use of my time. Okay, so I need iron. Say to there. And then I need small parts. Say to there. You need to be on belt. R, not T. Let's see if I can hit my keyboard shortcuts the right way today. There we go. Now the only thing we're missing is the circuit boards. Let's go sort circuit boards out. Need more undergrounds. Which we already have on the bus. Also need more belt, because I'm going to use a bunch of belt, properly stretching the bus here. And I suppose while I'm thinking about that, I should probably also go ahead and do electric mining drills. I will be wanting it for expansion. First, let's finish you up. No longer have to make splitters. I can have the splitters be made, which is convenient. Okay, but some of these metals I definitely need more of. As it could probably be evident with the titanium and the duraluminum basically being one of each. And yep, limited by small parts production. We'll have to scale it up at some point. Okay, so that is data array. I just did splitters. Let's go ahead and add electric mining drills if they're not too complicated. And yeah, they're pretty much the same as what we just pulled here. Yeah, they're pretty much just the same as we just pulled here. So I can actually do something like that to do the copy paste. And then you go away. There's one question I haven't answered that I should probably answer before I get too far. Are splitters used anything? Split. Better splitters. And only that. Okay. And then mining drills. The electrical ones. Electric ones are used in other things, so I probably want to have an outflow. I guess I want them later for oil burners, antimony drills, round borers. Oh, interesting. I'm going to have to do antimony drills fairly soon, because I wanted to do oil burners a little bit earlier. Realized I need a bunch of antimony drills for that, so I'll have to put that on the bus as well. Okay, so iron. Parts. And electric, or some circuits. Once again, we can stretch the bus. Okay. And those should be flowing in. Well, if we had parts, the parts would be flowing in, I guess. At that thing you don't really have any of. Okay. The next thing to work on is the barrack paddocks themselves. That's a little expensive, but it's a little tempting also. This is the electric fluid mining drill, which we may want to do at some point just to get away from having to shove coal into all the fluid drills. Would allow for a little bit more aggressive mining of some of the patches. Not what I'm going to do next, though. Varic Tactics. Maker calls them mine. Okay, should be prepped for that. Stone, brick, aluminum plate, glass, copper, iron plate. Okay, so pretty simple. We're not going to be able to build very many right now because we don't have a reliable supply of aluminum, but we can there. What do Varrock's look like? Mine look like half a base. You mean took up, as in took up the base. Don't know, might always be that size goes fast enough. Mine... Well, I got a hand-fed one. Let me go over and show you what the hand-fed one looks like. We'll come back to build that. I got a tiny little hand-fed one, and I'm planning on building a bigger one. So, yours takes up half of base. I imagine that's maybe half of your base, and maybe not half of my base. My base is massive, so you can see we're running around the bus, and it's going and going and going, and we're about to hit an intersection where we're gonna get off. We'll run down here, and my base is physically dispersed. It's maybe not the densest of bases. We're gonna run down the road here. I'm gonna run past the electronics section here where I make my simple circuit boards. All the stuff we're running past here is just to feed that. Just to feed that one building. And then I run all the way over here. My Varick setup again is one of every machine size. So it's very, very tiny output. It's enough to make 1,000, or made 1,000. But it's not the biggest in all the area. So this is the area over here. So this is my existing Varrock's. I want to make it bigger. Well, I want to make a new one that is going to be bigger. This is the OG one. 36 there. What are you waiting for? You need more of the jelly. You're just saying, right, at least one circuit building should work for a long time. Well, we went from something that looked kind of similar to that Varrock setup, where it's a one of everything style setup, to the new version, which is, in theory, running much closer to proper speed. Good. Oh, I put the sign someplace else. I'll put the signs away in a moment. Twitch is saying, mine felt overkill, but I'm not complaining now, it's built. Yeah. It's, the old one was partially hand-fed up until... Well, no, was the old one? The old one wasn't actually that... Well, it was hand-fed. Let me stop lying to myself. The old one was hand-fed, the new one is now... it's being underfed, but it is doing all its own stuff. This one I want to sort of transition to it being properly fed, so I don't have to bring it the jelly... I suppose I've upgraded it, so it's only the jelly and the coal I'm bringing it, but... Yeah, a lot of very new things you do in Pyanodons, from what I've heard, is you start off like the really, really minimalist setup of like one of every building, just so you can sort of jumpstart, bootstrap the system, and then you come back later and you make one that's like, okay, now this is actually going to be balanced. I'm going to run the X number of machines to Y number of machines, sort of balancing going on. Science is that one. Who's just saying, right, that's an idea, yeah. It's you barely get it going with like the first of one of everything set up. Bootstrap until you have enough of the text based behind the thing, and then you can scale it up to be a little bit more effective. So I'm on the cusp of doing that for SciPack 1. We just did that for circuit boards. That was like the last 4 days. Trisha saying, it's such a wait to get everything built, it just makes sense to not overscale. Yeah, it's... Start minimalist, and do what you need to with the minimalist build, and then come back later and upscale. And for example, like SciPack 1, like, yeah, you could technically do with everything you have before you actually start getting SciPack 1 going. But some of that stuff is much better if you have SciPack 1 already. Which means you then have to, like, jury make the first couple hundred SciPack to make the text you want. Like, It's much easier to do things with electric mining drills. Electric mining drills are behind SciPack 1. Yeah, I have 30 science buildings, but never used more than 15. Yeah. As you can see, I have 3. I have 3 labs. Okay, so next I want to work on was that the Varic recipe for the paddocks. I'll duplicate you. Just saying, all this run is crazy, but I cheated since I have the grappling hook mod. You get a jetpack someday. Yeah, this is definitely a large base, which is, I suppose, kind of my own fault. I've made the base large, and there probably were ways to keep the base smaller than I was going with, or what I'm going with. So we want to do Varic paddocks. It's not actually that one that's coming in from. Which one do I have the microcosm mine on? Or have I not exported the microcosm mine yet to the second bus? It's not on the second bus yet. There we go. Chat saying, "Cool main bus planning. I can dig somewhat orderly." Yeah, that was the point. This is well, it's the first run of Pyanodons on stream. This is actually my second run. The first one, I reached the point where it's like, I've been hand building all these things, and it was so frustrating. Like, do I have that automatically crafted? Do I not have that automatically crafted? So just an orderly line of like, yeah, I'm running down the line. What do I have? What do I not have? If I don't have something, why don't I have something? Orderly bus is the plan here, just so I can know if I have something. Or, inversely, know if I don't have something. Actually, I needed that one. Now, I know I need 40 of these, so we'll automatically just put the chest here. Give me 4 stacks. I like having my base more compact, but hey, at least your brain is relaxed to see all of what you have, and a base will never be perfect, so enjoy its uniqueness. Yeah, if you try to play Factorio for like perfect bases, you end up just starting over so many times, and I imagine that would be even worse in Pyanodons. You got to go for the perfect. I could imagine the pain that would cause. And I can also imagine why people might like more compact bases. The plan with making this base more compact, which I think is probably going to happen at some point, is when I get trains, and more importantly, probably bots. Because then I can ask the bots, hey, bots, does the network have this? So then I don't need to go find things, so I can then really make it a tangled, compact maze of things that the bots go in and pull things out of, or resupply, or whatever. But we don't have bots yet. This is bootstrapped bots at this point. Okay, so the microcosm mine, it comes in there. Not that I fucked that up, so the microcosm mines aren't coming. Unless I should go check what's wrong with microcosm mines. Probably a shortage of small parts. Iron copper. Brick glass aluminum. Yeah, brick glass aluminum. So, brick. It's the next row? Yeah, it's the next row. Aluminum. Then glass. Chat saying, I just went for construction bots, but now I'm enjoying little air compact bot based assemblers. I want to devastate the forest with destruction bots. Yeah, there's definitely situations where I'm building bits of the base where I'm like, you know, it'd be so much convenient to build this portion of the base. If I could just be like, bots, please remove this portion of the forest for me. Oh, there comes the glass. I was about to go like, am I out of glass too? Didn't remember being out of glass. Okay, so what's the microcosm mine having struggle with? Parts. It's always parts. It's never enough parts on the bus. Because everything needs parts. Okay. Anything else I wanted to do in the do list? Yeah, probably want to get the slaughterhouse and the research center designed up, and then we'll do a highlight portion for YouTube. So the slaughterhouse is that 7-part monstrosity. Which I say is a monstrosity, it's not that bad. Most of that's in the bus. Chat says, and now I tell my bots what I need, wait an hour, and they feed it directly into my inventory. Yeah. Well, that's the reason for going for a compact setup when you have bots, is so that you go stand next to the compact setup, and the bots can then bring it from the compact setup, assuming you have it. Which I suppose that maybe is not as much of a gimme. Okay, so got the steam engines. Next up is looking like at small parts into pipes. Small parts which are empty. Unsurprisingly, pipes that are not. Glass or bricks or bricks or less bricks than glass? And then circuit boards, titanium plates. I'm gonna have to go grab more belts. Although if everything's roughly going according to plan, that shouldn't be too hard to do. And we can see where all the parts have gone. Making all the belts and the underground. That's basically the reason there's no parts at the very, very end of the bus is it's gone through many, many, many versions of half goes right, half goes left. Left is the bus, right is whatever the thing you just ran past is. Okay. And then we set that up. Move on to the next thing. Oh, and I should put the limit more limited on the slaughterhouses. I don't think I need 40 slaughterhouses at any given time. Microbiology done. Microbiology. Do any buildings I want? Phytoplankton farm. Yes. I probably misspelled plankton farm and be very confused later. Up next is separation. But I think it's the last one I need for fish. Would be nice to get fish going at some point, because then I can do a bunch of fish turbines for power. Got casting coming up behind that, which is required for getting up to rubber, which is the better transport belt recipe. Probably why that's in the queue. I had one titanium. The titanium belt's empty, but we had one. Okay, next thing on my to-do list is Research Center, and I will probably want Research Center before we do a major build-out. Although, again, that's probably another one where I don't need a lot of it. Need like 10, maybe, at most, anytime sitting around. 1 stack worth. 6 inputter. Actually 2 off the bus. Off the second bus. Want something that looks more like... yeah, more like you. Microcosm destructive distillation. Need 6 things plus the coal to run assembler. And it outputs ash and a product. And I gotta figure out which one has destructive distillation on, or if we even put it on the second bus yet. Yeah, destructive distillation column. Twitch is saying like 5 is enough IRC, and then in brackets, probably on Twitch I'm having an ad break. I don't, I've got those set to automated, so they happen when they happen, mostly. I try to, when I put part breaks, intentional part breaks, and take breaks, I'll run the ads to get them out of the way, but don't otherwise control when they happen. Okay, I know I have destructive distillation on the bus somewhere. Where did I put it? Not this far. I'm hallucinating and I've walked past it. I know I've done it. Oh, there it is. That's the lane it's on. I think I probably have enough destructive distillation columns. I'm running along a half belt, half full of it. Yeah. There. Twitch chat's asking, got an excellent. No, that is something I need to get started on for intermetallics. I know that's coming up. Looked at oil burners, looked into what I needed for that, and it's antimony and nexilid. I think the nexilid actually looks easier than the antimony. Just saying, I found some ideas for speedy mining, although it's not slow anyways. Yeah, Nexalit, from what I could see on my calculator for it, was not the limiting factor in the interpitalics. This is what it's predicting for Nexalit. It's like, yeah, you need like 0.001 machines. Not sure if that's accurate, but I don't need very much Nexalit apparently for what I want to be doing with it. But the antimony, oh, that's a lot of antimony. Okay, so I need iron, copper cable, glass, circuit boards. Twitch chat saying, Phi Codex says they move faster over concrete. So basically pave over the patch you're trying to have them harvest from. I believe that's a reasonable thing to do. Using the entire patch for just a couple smelters. What was it? Oh, and that's air core. That's the wrong one. Whoops. That's the wrong one. It was shoved into my inventory. I wanted copper cable. Here's the copper cable. Very different thing. Glass and circuit boards. Double step because of the coal. So glass, circuit boards. Yes, using the entire patch for a couple smelters. I like having a bit of buffer when it comes to making extra for a while. Yeah. There's definitely some resources where once you know how much it's going to consume, it's like, oh, I want a massive buffer of that because I'm going to be going. When I go through it, I go through it. When I don't, sort of thing. Okay, I think it's time to start doing a short bit of build review for YouTube. So future editor me does the editing jump for the highlights correctly. Welcome back, YouTube highlights. On the bus, we've gone ahead and assembled a bunch of things. We don't necessarily have enough resources to feed them properly, but they're assembled here on the bus. Starting off, we've gone ahead and added the data array automated. Only got it making one stack of that. We got data array on that, so we can check that off the to-do list. In addition to that, I added splitters, so I can now come get splitters, assuming we don't have small parts to make splitters. Yeah, probably two stacks of splitters is probably fine. Same sort of logic for electronic miners. From the to-do list, we've added Varrock paddocks. I can check that off. A slaughterhouse, so we can check that off. And the research center. Check that off. And now I need to go spend some time boosting the efficacy of the bus, mainly by increasing the production of various resources. At the moment, we don't have basically the top 5 here. are made in limited quantities in the base, but are not being shipped to the bus. Either because they're all being used by the chip shooter to make circuit boards, or because I just haven't bussed them yet. Like, I think we have like one smelter making duraluminum. What's actually showing up here is stuff we've brought up in boxes, brought up in the car before, but we'll be working for the next bit here, expanding probably the fluid mining drills. So if you're watching on YouTube in the highlights, we'll be probably back with one of the fluid mining drill setups being completed. And Twitch is saying, I never automated most buildings pre-bots, just made them myself. Yeah, it depends upon... I'm trying to make it somewhat interesting to watch, and sitting there watching me with a hand queue of 100 machines is probably not interesting watching, not interesting viewership, I would imagine. So I'm trying to get things automated so I can go by and go like, oh, I need X, I need Y, I need Z. I can pick them up and people can spend time watching me build, not handcraft. Is the thought process here. So I need more fluid mining drills, so we'll pick those up. A couple more splitters, grab more belt, and we'll go check up on the fluid mining drill setups, try to finish a few of those up. Oh, I suppose we should also go check up on the science. Appreciate saying saving time. Well, it will on the common types of buildings. Yeah, definitely will on the common types of buildings. I agree with you. There's some buildings where it probably even saves time on the buildings that aren't common, just because I've got them pre-built, right? So some of the bigger buildings, some of the bigger uncommon buildings are pretty expensive. So just having like 10 of them sitting around for when you need them saves you a whole lot of time versus handcrafting them. Here are the corks. The corks are out of that, which is out of that, which is out of you. Something over here broke. Nope, you're just running at the speed of a single paddock. Paddock is the bottleneck in that setup. Trusha saying, handcrafting means picking up the materials yourself. The queue usually goes by in seconds. Well, there's picking up the materials and there's picking up the materials. Some of the buildings have so many parts and so many other things in them that, like, oh, if you went by and picked up the parts, that would help. Yeah, well, this is hundreds of small parts. There's so many buildings where I'm like, this doesn't look like too expensive. I go pick up all the stuff, and it's... Because usually when I'm looking at the prices, I'm looking at the ingredient, or the raws or the ingredients or whatever. Probably usually the raws, I'm thinking. Right, look at the raws and go like, oh, that's not too bad. And it's like 2,000 small parts or something like that goes in like one building, so you're just sitting there making small parts. Which isn't as bad as you go grab the small parts, I suppose. You have a maker making small parts. But as you can see, probably on that bus, I don't have enough small parts. So much demand for small parts. Interesting. Glass is out of liquid fuel again. How's the tar looking? Tar is empty. Presumably I have it running on the naphthalene oil, which I think is why it's empty. Swap it back to anthracene oil. You know what? Sure, I'm going to switch it back to anthracene oil. Truth Chat saying I finally upped my small parts to around 20 a second, so my bots can have what they want. They were too far away until I read it. Yeah. I think I have mine running off of like a single belt of, well, yeah, a single belt off the bus is all the iron they're getting. So they often get limited, I think, by the iron in my base. So this one's probably built down enough for the moment. This is being limited more by aromatics than anything. Got one that's empty on the nickel setup. Pick that up and have that for someplace else then. Yeah, probably finish this aluminum setup next. Yeah, so 27 aluminum drills. I guess I don't have aluminum anymore. Okay. Aluminum, we have one recipe at the moment. And that comes out of drill, let's say. So I obviously don't have that much. I actually probably only have enough like 1.5. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so I can run, let's say, 10 stone furnaces worth of production. Oh, I need to go grab some furnaces. I didn't bring any furnaces with me. Oh no, I did bring furnaces with me. That's convenient. Oh, how much coal does that take? One belt. Okay, so I can continue using the existing belt. That'll work perfectly fine. So you flow in there. Oh, I'm gonna have belt throughput problems if I try to run it all on one stack of furnaces. Let me fix this quickly. The furnaces eat too much aluminum, is what's going on. This is a furnace stack based for the ye old days of using copper and iron. Twitchot saying, Ash, still have 2 million of it just waiting to be sorted. Yeah, I never let it get quite that bad, but we've definitely had some blockages trying to run the power plants. Reuse the old ash sorting process. It runs up here, runs up there, runs up over there into the old ash system, so that should be fine. And now I have a whole process making aluminium. But yeah, looks like it is using aluminium fast enough to use up the backlog. That's about. We'll check them out. I missed it all. That's what's going on. It's only on. Yeah, okay. I'm moving stuff, which is why I'm emptying my inventory, so I can just take fewer trips. I'll have to remember the stuff is here. I'm hoping not going to be leaving this stuff out of inventory for too long. Food Shed saying, "Oh, it's good for making rich clay." Yeah, that's one option on how to deal with your ash backlog is make a bunch of rich clay out of it. However, as is many of the recipe choices in Factorio Pyanodons, it is not the only choice. So many different choices. I'll take a little bit of the aluminum because we'll be wanting it for other stuff. Mainly for making pumps when I do pumps. So, one of the Twitch shows a little bit earlier were saying they've got piles and piles of ash sorting to go through. One of the it was got a few more comments from them. Taigai606 is saying, "I'm getting an idea that I could just keep better tabs on total liquid fuel and megajoules. Do you have a decent fueling system in place? Mine has been terribly imbalanced so far." No, I do not have a decent fueling system in place. Right now, all my solid fuel that I'm intentionally using as fuel is raw coal, and my liquid fuel is whenever it's runs out and I go by the petrochem, I just like pull off of one liquid, stick in different liquid, trying to use up the byproducts that I'm not using in the glass burning. But yeah, here's an example of one of my ash sorters. Not currently running at full speed. This is one of the newer ones, so I haven't plugged enough stuff into it yet, but basically 10 solid separators sorting the ash, one sorting the soot, and then a sort of sorting array behind it to smelt the metal that comes out the other end, as well as push the coal and the burnables back into the power stack ahead of it. Richard saying, "I fought the game a little, combined my liquid pipes into one pipe to rule them all." Well, that's definitely one way to deal with it. I haven't learned the hijinks you have to get into with liquid pipes to do all the liquids in one pipe, but I know that's a thing you can do. And then Twitch chat says, "Nice," probably in reference to the ash sorter that I just showed him. Yeah, that isn't the only one of those. That's just, I think, the newest of the three. There's 3 ash sorters, like three rings. Yeah, so that was the one we were just looking at. So there's one over there. There's this one over here, which is a bit more of a rectangular version of it. And then here's the come up here. This is the OG one, running on the original coal-based power plant that I'm basically running here. So this is all the steam. This is a big chunk of steam boils in here. So coal comes into the steam boils, gets turned into steam, which provides steam to a whole bunch of the bays. And then it gets separated out into 10 different separators to be sorted into ash. The ash then gets dealt, or the soot gets dealt with. Byproduct coal dust goes back into the beginning. And that's one up there. Yeah, one up there, 2, and then there's the third one over here. These are both half belts. Yeah, these are both half belts, so I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to merge them, so I'll have to use one belt to get more going. Twitch chat saying 10 steam generators, 3 ash sorters, and I'm Sauron with the 1 liquid fuel pipe. Oh, but I teach you and you be a Saruman. How's your tar area? My tar area is fairly organized. In fact, we went running through the tar area earlier. It needs a refresh because that was where all the overflows were. Already left. Surplus little ship it up the bus, but let's focus on going to ship shooter. Good chat saying they love that tight spaghetti belting. Oh, then you're gonna love the beginning of the bus even more. We haven't got to where it's truly tight yet. Good chat saying ads. you're gonna miss a little bit me trying to carve my way through the forest here, and that's about it. Gotta go run and grab more belts. Twitch chat saying they love their fast-food forests. Ah, yes, the wood area where we're making wood for the circuit boards. That's not even the only wood area. That's just the biggest wood area. Crucia's asking, did you give it a turd choice? Not yet. Good clean energy, eats ash, takes a fair bit of stone. That's fine. Yeah, I've been I've been holding off on my choices. For fastwood forestry, I've been holding off because I'm thinking I'm going to go with dry storage. So I'm waiting for a need for fiber specifically. Definitely need for raw fiber. Definitely need for biomass. That's all its uses. That's actually arguably come up. It's I don't have a good use of fiber yet. So that's what I've been holding off for. I'm thinking I'm going to go with this one for the fiber. The same sort of logic with moondrops. The first recipe that gets modified by adding copper ore to it isn't super interesting. But the number 2, 3, 4, and the better ones are interesting. If you modify them with the copper. Because it makes the recipe simpler. The first one just makes the recipe more complicated. You're just saying, okay, good eye. I think it took the one that gave me CO2 for moondrops. Pretty sweet. Yeah, that's definitely a good option. They're all good options. It's just what you're looking for in your turds. Not as many belts this time. I haven't been gone long enough for it to give me a good chunk of them. Although 226, or 267 since the last time I was there, it's actually quite a decent number. Should probably go up the left side. Got the reach. Truchet said, I found caravans to be pretty handy long-term even though I built a train network. Yeah. To be fair, this is the solution that would probably be much better solved with what I'm doing right now. Would be much better solved with the caravan. Caravans are very good when you want to deliver small amounts of things to a very long-distance, complicated location. Because you can tell the caravans do not necessarily carry full caravan loads when they go back and forth. Yeah, I think that's what I'm probably going to turn my old SciPack 1 area into, is my caravan maker after I'm done building the new SciPack 1. Fish that's like small, they're pretty fast. Yeah, they're pretty fast, but what I mean is they're very good application for when you want to transport like well, large by bot size, but small loads. Not because they're slow, but because they you can easily tell them, hey, I want you to go grab a stack of this, bring it over here. Which, especially with CyberSim, is less useful because of how quickly they can unload and load the trains. They're also very good, I suppose, for places where you have an extensive train network, too. Although that might be me not knowing how to use them, because I haven't obviously done much with them. This is the spaghetti of trying to get things onto the bus. I need lead to go to the last. I need aluminum. Where? Oh, aluminum's already on the bus. That's aluminum. No, that's ceramics. Excuse me. That's aluminum. That's my aluminum. Lead wants to go all the way to the end. Lead also probably wants to merge up with the existing lead. Think about it. That's my lead. You need to split. Into aluminum and duraluminum. Yeah, that's the other thing caravans are great for, is they are great in that they require almost no belts to set up. Just directly input two from one building wherever you like. They're very flexible, but it's a task to set each one up by hand. Yeah. Well, I think you can, from what I've watched other people do with caravans, you can copy and paste their basic rules from one to another. So you can say, hey, I want you to have all the same rules as this one. Okay, now I want to change rule X to be pick up Y instead of Z. And you can get it pretty easy to set them up once you know what you're used to doing with them, or what you intend to do with them. Not enough reach. One over from that. Two over from that, because I don't have a power pole. So that goes there. For the nickel, say the nickel goes on there. Oh, it's not leaving very much space for me to get the other stuff through. Well, it's definitely probably where, almost certainly where I want the nickel, okay. Okay, this is the duraluminum. Nice. Arbitrarily, no, that's not going to reach. Although I can move you, that'll work, okay. I guess my duraluminum through the worst of it. Everything else is going to have to take the long way around. You're just saying like 20 clicks versus 30, then you want to name them for their function maybe. A few of them initially it's easy, but it's every time. From what I've seen, it's maybe a little bit less than 20, but yeah, it's definitely you got to do the same sort of clicks every time for each one. Also got a system to allow them to gather up to 8 items in one place with only a little more setup, but should displace that. Yeah, if you've got really short distances, the bots definitely can. I can imagine they can displace the caravans pretty easily. Caravans are like the long-haul truckers of the game at the moment. Trains need the rail network. The bots are super fuel hungry if you need them to run long distances. Caravans charge you once regardless of how far you need them to go. So they're really good for very long distances in very sort of specialized loads. Out of belts again. Richard's saying I need to figure out how to convey most of my mall items to several other places. Long distance seems hard to find a simple enough idea. See how that could be a problem, yeah. There we go. So, well, probably not enough aluminum, probably not enough duraluminum. It is more than it had before. Twitch is saying it'll be fuel efficient probably once it's set up, not hard to copy and paste. Yeah. What am I coming down here for? Splitters maybe? Check to see how the splitters are going. They're not. Oh, the splitters are. We've got a whole one splitter off the auto assembly here. Because it's being held up by small parts. Definitely need to scale up small parts at some point. The problem then is going to be, how do I get them onto the bus? Actually, getting them on the bus probably going to be too hard. I'm not making them on the bus at this point. We're not going to scale it up on the bus. I don't got space on the bus. But yeah, getting them on the bus, assuming I don't have a... I think I got like a fractional one. Yeah, so this is where they're going on. So I can just come to the end of here and feed a belt through from someplace else. Three, 2 out. So 3 in, 3 in, 1 in. I probably should actually have 2 inserters taking stuff out. That's probably why it feels so slow. Probably all of them are backed up. Yeah. Well, it's not the problem I'm going to fix right now. Granted, one solution to that might be doing cast parts. Cast parts, I don't think that far in the future. I don't have any of the supporting infrastructure for that, but definitely solve the problem. I'll double check. What's the problem? It's this side, and it's not this pole. So I can ignore it for the moment. Goal is to convey to the bots what's needed in distant location to have them load up the train or caravan or automatically transport it, yeah. Well, the problem with the bots, right, is if you gotta have them travel very long distances, they use a lot of fuel going from place to place. So I can definitely see the value in, like, yeah, I want to have the stuff brought to the bots and the bots do the, like, final mile. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, should do a quick build review for the highlights video before we get on to building the next thing. Gonna be the build review. Oh, take that empty one out before I do the review then. Oh, 2 of them empty now. Okay, if future editor me does his job well, here we are for the build review of the aluminum and duraluminum system. So, got the miners as they are. At some point I'll have to go move the belts up there, the coal belts up there out of the way. But we got the aluminum patch that is exposed out in mining, making aluminum, being smelted in some old stone furnaces here to make the aluminum plate. And a portion of that aluminum plate goes to making duraluminum over here, and then the remaining aluminum and the duraluminum goes up towards the bus. We basically have less than a half a belt going up there of each, so I'm running them up the same belt to save on belts going up there. So if you're watching that on YouTube, that's the highlight of the little bit of build that we did here. I'm going to go back to improving the fluid drills. I think I've got one more to go, one more area to go, so catch you when that one's done. And watching live on YouTube, or live on the unedited version, which is Twitch, and will eventually get posted to YouTube as well as the edit the highlights version. That's where we're going next. I think it's just the titanium I have left to build out. That's the titanium setup. I need to go get all the fluid drills set up on that. It's coming over here to check the lead setup. I think the lead setup's done. Yeah, it looks like the lead setup's done. Oops, I left some belt out of it. That's going to cause it to back up with ash if I don't sort that quickly. Yeah, I should sort out from that way. Yeah. So we've got 9 set up. Think about what we need for titanium rancid tie. Titanium plate. 15 is probably more than I need. We're not sorting it, so it's that recipe. Come straight into the mine. Wrong type of mine. Anyway, I'm not gonna have 600 drills here. I don't have that much coal here, so I definitely need to scale that down a bit. And then at most, I have a half a belt of coal, so I need to scale it down even more than that. The way I'm feeding it. That would work. Okay, so I need to take that up to 40. The system's too long, because of course it is. Don't have enough iron or copper on me, so I'm gonna have to go run and grab some iron and copper. Oh, I happen to conveniently have a pump on me. That works even better. Here we go. And it's not running because I don't have enough acetylene. That's a different problem. I have to go expand the acetylene production. Okay, so if they're in the right way, then I can just do this for the rest of them. And then go back down to the end, do a copy and paste, overwrite. Fix the orientation on every other one. I have mounts available now, but I can't very well crash through my base with these 90-kilometer-hour biotanks. If you want to have better built-in road for cars, of course, jetpacks take a 0 setup, yeah. Lots of different, a lot of different options you can run for more high-speed transit of the base. And it's definitely a situation where I'm making my roads my foot road's a little impassable, which is kind of my own fault problem. Because I keep building way too close to the roads for transit reasons, and I've run out of underground belt. I've run out of belt too, which is a slightly different problem. Not sure what's fastest. It wouldn't be surprised if it says somewhere. But yeah. Okay, so if I were to use this, this is 36 miners. Is that going to be enough? Math is saying 40. 36 is probably good enough for the first pass. Yeah, probably good enough for the first pass. And then I want them like 8 long. So that would be 8 rather than my default 10. Which will make them 16. I need to go get more. Need to go get more stuff. Nah, we'll trip the signs on the way out again next time. Interesting, nobody complains about not enough fuel. Got dashed to the well, does it even go down the wrong side of the belt? Run of fuel. Interesting. Oh no, the thing's supposed to take a full belt of fuel. That's the complaint. Giving it half a belt and it's eating the whole half a belt. Like, where's the other half? Yeah, that's what the problem is. I'll run into the one in the end. Getting rid of some of the lumber in my inventory. What's the best place to do that is to come here, fill you up. The other good place to do that is, where's my wood processing unit? Maker. That one. Yeah, close enough. Didn't need to get it completely empty anyway. I may, in fact, want some more power poles at some point. I probably do want some now, so go grab a bunch of cable. Get the rest of the logs converted into power poles. You're just saying, I love Factorio Planner. It's even pretty good at doing loops with the matrix solver. Yeah. Definitely got that running for the antimony estimation. Because there's lots of situations in the antimony where it's like, well, this step makes X and Y. You've got a X sort, and the Y goes into the thing that the X sort also produces, and it's not that complicated. If I can look at the italics, right? It's not that complicated from it's this goes into this, goes into this, goes into this, goes into this, but every time you sort the thing, it's like, well, you make two things. One gets immediately sorted, one skips the step. One gets immediately sorted, one skips the step until you get to the end. Saying, I do hand charting too. Got a nice picture of how the stone, gravel, sand dynamics. Nice. Oops, wrong side. Wrong side. Side in the middle goes on. Oh, I forgot to grab furnaces. We'll just handcraft a couple of. Got this stuff in the inventory. Why am I not getting any coal? Yeah, that would do that. It goes underground, does not come back up. That would explain why it's not going anywhere. And that titanium setup should be running. It's glacially slow as titanium does. As far as the bolt's gonna go for now. Okay, we're out of refined coal, so I need to go to the old petrochem location, grab some coal, shove it in the science position, get it running. First, let's drop this science off. Next path. There's the concrete. We'll grab concrete as we run along here. I'm gonna go drop this refined coal off. And I think I'll go down to the titanium. Well, no, I didn't do one for the zinc because it's a partial mine. And that's probably about as big as I'm going to build it for the moment. Just finish belting it. Which means I need belt, so let's go get belt. And then we'll evaluate how well the base is at making the parts I need for the next big build. And evaluate whether or not that's actually what we're building next. Might need to be petrochem next. Or might try to spaghetti together some intermetallics. Probably needs to be spaghettiing together some intermetallics. Some good oil burners to really redo the petrochem better. Just as the titanium arrives at this portion of the base. There we go. Separators are done. Did that add anything I want on the builder? No, that looks like a bunch of... Oh, there is the classifier. Yeah. Probably add classifier to the bus at some point. So, to-do list. Add new bus classifier. Next up is fish and the fish farm. Oops. ran out of bus. Ran out of belt. Getting into the bus. Okay, wrong spot. That's fine for the box. Where did I get that titanium line to? There. And I got 200 more tiles. Then I have to go get more belt, because we only grabbed 213. I could probably take the shortcut through the middle of here. There's a few tiles. And 5, that's not gonna be enough. Okay, let me start evaluating whether or not I'm gonna have enough for Bill now. Snipe back one. That's less than 10, that's less than 10, so I need 30 stacks of moss farms, or 30 items of moss farms, so it'll be 3 stacks. Let's go find the moss farms. Make sure that's set to 3 stacks. We're gonna need 3 stacks of seaweed farms. That's currently set to 2. That comes up to a half a stack. 1.8. That's fine, that's fine. It's sap extractor. 4 of those. 4 stacks. Is that farther right than where I was? Probably. Or I must have just very much walked past it. The one problem with running on the nice reinforced cement is that you go past things fast enough, they turn into blurs. There they are. I need, what, 4 stacks? Well, 3.5, but yeah, basically 4. 4 of those, still less than a stack. 2 stacks of microcosm mines. Oh dear. That was one of the ones that wasn't running very well before. Due to the terrible small part supply. One of those, that'll be fine. I'm making all the barreling devices, that'll be fine. 10 reproductive complexes, 40 paddocks. Oh, paddocks are set to 40. Reproductive complexes should be set to 20. Oh, there, I've got them set to 1. I got 1 stack, which is 10. It's fine enough. Let's stack those. Should be still within tolerances for those ones. Okay, so I should have enough of everything being made. It's just the question is, how close are they being made? And the answer, take a look at the last 2 items, is probably fairly long off. So we got none of those because we don't have enough microcosm mines. Got none of those because well, one of them is because I'm missing an inserter. Ash is awesome. Even though that forced, it's convertible 1-to-1 into syngas. Okay. Sounds like a good plan. Yeah, looks like it's small parts, and I actually do want the titanium on the bus for that, so... Then you're in the microcosm mine. What's holding the microcosm mine up? Small parts. Yeah, so get the titanium attached, and then it's sort of sorting the small parts. Gets the whole bus running better. Antimony mine. Probably gonna have to handcraft a couple of those and get Excellent going for some of the reasons. So I can have some intermetallics. Won't cross there because my splitter isn't making long. Almost there. Need to get it there specifically. Sometimes I want to chart the tar derivatives, sometimes I barely understand what they're doing. Tar, acetylene, coal gas, syngas, and the shale products also, but they're simple enough. Yeah. didn't exactly chart it myself, but I did I did the math to figure out how much power some of those are making / losing on the refining steps. So as to determine for myself which ones make sense using as fuel. You're not just having them as a byproduct being made. One short. I'll handcraft a belt, single belt. There we go. Yeah, kerosene is kerosene goes into shale oil, and its immediate derivatives are pretty good fuel oils. Or not, Kerogen, I was thinking. Kerogen into shale oil and its immediate derivatives are pretty good fuel oils from the recipe standpoint. Kerosene makes a lot of sense for doing things. I think the bots you have flight oils. You need to fuel them. So if you're caring about fuel density for things like bots, kerosene, gasoline are pretty good. Although the base way you get to gasoline is a byproduct of making. Is that the byproduct of making? Forgetting which one that is. Probably check the recipe. Gasoline, yeah. Anthracene. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. The other one. The other one that makes gasoline. Aromatics. Yeah, if you're using this recipe, you're doing it because you want the aromatics, you don't want the gasoline. Do note the bots only need fuel if they're on your person. Okay, well I haven't got that far, so that doesn't surprise me that I'm reading things into it that isn't quite true. Oh, and I prepped earlier to get this part disassembled. Let's go ahead and actually disassemble it while I'm thinking about it. That bit on the bus there was for when I didn't have ceramics sorted. So it's the old recipe for making those. Logistics only requires power. Okay. Whoops. Too much coal in the inventory. Pure aluminum, lead, small parts for the dig site. Because that's what I think I'm going to start handcrafting a dig site and stuff to do. Basic antimony. Lead duraluminum. This is the duraluminum belt. Probably isn't enough on it. Grab the lead in the meantime. More than enough. Like, not enough lead for 2. More than need. Okay. And it's duraluminum. Run to the end of the duraluminum belt. Got up in the cliff. Try to make 30 Siamin. Well, that's, I suppose technically that's what I'm planning on trying to build up here with the side packs. The next side pack build out is to get up to 30 side pack 1. Probably really big build out, but... You missing something? Glass. Ah, I see what's going on there. I see where the problem is. Okay, that fixes you. I'm still going to steal half your aluminum, but... There we go. One dig site under construction. And then for intermetallics, I need 1 antimony drill, 1 automated sorter, 1 jar crusher. Doing 1 of each sort of thing. Okay. Secondary crusher, automated screener. Need 2 automated screeners, 1 crusher. It's mostly steel that's stopping me right now. Back to iron. I can grab a jar crusher, so I can save a little bit there. Oh, I suppose actually... No, you're the pressure pumps. Say, oh, I might have some of the crushers already in the thing. I don't. Okay, so that's the crusher. Okay, so I got one of those. I need to get some Digosauruses going, and then we can get sort of the basics there. And then I need 2 different things, a smelter, and a whole bunch of different random metals. Oh, and I need to get nickel. I haven't sorted nickel out. Nickel's not too complicated. Yeah, nickel's not too complicated. Oh, well, that is a fluid drill. And that's syngas. Okay, so that's the first thing I gotta do syngas for. Oh, and that's an electrolyzer. Syngas is coal gas plus water, so that's not too terrible. So going to require gas and fire. Okay. More science. And I think I want you to not be making barracks. I actually want you to make a Digosaurus if I can get the stuff for that. Titanium plate. Saline water. Earth DNA. Moss sample. Regular petri dish. It's actually missing petri dishes. Okay. How many of these I'm gonna need? So 4, I need 40 generic Earth DNA samples. Which is a lot of biosample. A lot of biocontainers, which is a bunch of lead. And what lead I have on me for the moment. Get those going. That's enough for at least one to start. Meantime, we get Psypax going in there to do some research. So, need a Digosaurus, or one of the other things that can apparently do digging. Crocodile. And food. Jerky, guts, meat, workers' food, quality workers' food, deluxe workers' food. Guessing for the moment it's going to be meat. Maybe some guts. Okay, picking up some of you. Back for more, but for the moment I can drop those off. Okay, to make these Digosaurus, I need my petri dishes. Petri dish. So we're going to divert them into that chest instead of into that recipe. Okay, so the other big thing I need is some saline water. I used to have a saline water set up over here, so it should be fairly easy to plumb the requirements in. Yeah, it should be fairly easy to plumb the requirements in. Just need the correct machine. Which is a washer. Probably is faster to come along this little bit of concrete than, well, a big chunk of that was actually brick. Stone brick meant to go the long way around. It is 50% faster. Just feels slow in comparison to running along the really nice refined concrete. Oh, said that on the wrong one. Yeah, not that one. Can I stop misclicking? That one. There we go. Doesn't go through stone that fast. In fact, probably put more answers than it needs. More view, which needs more view, which needs more titanium. Okay. It'll very rapidly need more glass, which I actually have, and steel, which I have. It's back to lead, so I'll have to go find one of the lines with the lead. The petri dish is coming along. 73. So I want to make 4 views, so that's 40. That's all I need in that machine. How much, that's only enough titanium actually for 2, but I'll have to put more titanium in there. We're gonna want 120 moss gene samples. 120 moss gene samples is 240 petri dishes. That's not enough, although it is a start. Borrow some of the moss from over here. Titanium, lead, glass. So now it just needs the miners. We'll get some excellent that way. There's an antimony patch. Not that one. That one. First things first, goes into an automated screener. This is no way near going to be a sane way to do this. Straight into a single automated screener. Copper, lead, tin, titanium, antimony, grade 2. Should have... Was I planning? I never got around to it. Should build the second one of those, I think. Gonna put out 2 products. In stone. Point we crush it. Then that goes into another automated screener. Which makes gravel as a byproduct. It goes into a secondary crusher. I pull 2 of the secondaries instead of 2 of the sorters. Whoops. This takes the 3 and turns it into the 4. And then the 4 goes into the basic oxygen furnace. To make our antimony oxide, which takes plastic bars and oxygen and antimony and, I believe, a liquid fuel. Or no, just oxygen. Solid fuel. And you need input. Although you take any crude fuel. Okay. 5 of those, we need 40 of those. We're gonna need more moss. The petri dishes here, and then I'm gonna go over and grab some titanium. It's more than nothing, but I think it's less than I need. Yeah, because sources are not completely trivial to make. Is there a way to breed them, or is that the only way to make the Digosaurus? That's implying that's the only way to make them. Oh dear. Just that style doesn't have a recipe for it. Although this is something like the tired one or something, probably. Okay, this turd that makes them cheaper. And a piece of meat. Yeah, so that... Interesting, that doesn't seem to be there. Although it seemed like there was other digging... Animals are going to do the digging, so... Appreciate saying just a few items, takes some moss, etc. Yeah. We're back up waiting for that. Get some of the ones I got on my inventory here to get things a little faster. Fix some of those. Moss in the inventory. Although we'll need even more moss gen samples. I need to get more agar in there. When I came over her circuit boards, have a decent number on the belt. One of those, which means I need 25 circuit boards at least. They're aluminum and steel. Steel is pretty easy. Aluminum a little less so. Oh, actually, no. I need to automate the screener. Sorry. Gotta do the right one. Otherwise, I'll be in the same problem. I'll get back there like, wait, I got the wrong one again. There we go. And then I'm going to run this to something flammable to make it work. Oh, actually, in hindsight, I need oxygen. So, did I make an electrolyzer? No, I did not queue an electrolyzer up. If I'm going to need oxygen, I'm going to make hydrogen as a byproduct, so I can set it up so that the overflow of one vents the overflow of them vents the atmosphere, and the other ones go in the heated holes. Yeah, need oxygen up there. Probably bigger than I need, really. Okay, so I just need sort of electrolyzer. And this improvised monstrosity of a setup will potentially run for all of 2 seconds. This is using, well, I've got regular ware over there. Just the other end of the setup. Who's just saying, bah, 40 moss farms, 2,000 soil, slow bolts, gimme? Well, we've only got, what, second gen moss? The moss gets better, I think. I think the moss gets better. Yeah, the moss gets much better. 5th gen, 40 moss every 20 seconds. That's so far in the future. Unlocked by moss stage 4. Oh, that's an expensive recipe. Unlocked, but great moss. Okay, I just need a electrolyzer. Which is mostly apparently 2 more circuit boards. And a bunch more iron. And then we'll have some very, very glacial production of that material, that antimony oxide. I just gotta get some glacial production of nexolite and nickel, and I can have my intermetallics. For some reason, I kept calling, I think it was tin earlier, I was calling the tin nickel. The tin is not nickel. One can wish. This is the sort of queue. That is why I have most of the things automated on the bus. I queued up one item. Massive queue. Yeah, I queued it up out of the completely raw items, but if I'm doing hand queuing, that ends up being what happens. I don't think, oh, I can go grab X of machine, Y of machine. I just go like, I've got all the stuff to push this button. Push button. Let's check him on making our first Digosaurus. Twitch saying 800 small parts should always be held. I don't have that much on the bus, I think. My small parts get consumed like as soon as they're made IRL in this game. You need more titanium. Haven't grabbed more titanium, so you can't have it. You got 10 of those. Okay, so I can get exactly one Digosaur going. If I can sort out the moss samples. Means I need to get more moss, although getting more moss is easy enough to do. I'm gonna quickly go make a new cup of tea while it hopefully makes my... Oh, actually, I'm gonna put the electrolyte in, and then I'll go make a cup of tea while it's hopefully making my first Digosaurus there to make some next look. Water electrolysis is running. It's not even enough for a first pulse. Yeah, we'll let that run for a bit while I go make a cup of tea. I'll be back as soon as the tea is brewing. You can watch this thing run in the meantime. And see if it actually, in fact, runs. It might not. We'll see when I get back. Well, I'll see when I get back. You can see while I'm gone. Okay, back in the headset. And something's obviously not working. Of course, back to T. Let's see, what's not working? You want antimony grade 2. You want to get rid of antimony grade 2. Oh, I forgot to put an output. That's possibly what's going on. Okay. Well, that'll work. It's only got 2 outputs. One it puts back on the belt for that chest to be picked up. The other one just sticks in that machine. Fair enough. And you tend to run. You always make 4, you sometimes make 3. 3 has to continue to get reprocessed to go into this for the 4th one. Okay. Burst antimony oxide, made by this horrible, horrible setup, but hopefully we'll have more in the future. Run out of plastic real fast. That made me 2. How much do I need? Per intermetallic, I need 2. So that is enough for a single intermetallic, and I think I need more than 1 intermetallic for a boiler. Oil boiler. Find it. Here we go. Oil burner. Yeah, I need 10. So that is a 10th of what I need for a single oil burner, and I'd probably want more than 1. Probably a lot more than 1. Okay. I'm gonna have to get more plastics. It definitely needs more plastics. Oh, and you put out iron oxide. Not accounted for the iron oxide. Jury-rig solution on that step is a go. That should, now, in theory, run at least until some of the gravel gets through that step, without any intervention. Well, I've got to burn plastic. Let's go get some plastic. Twitch is saying, "Woo, my comp got slow, but I'm back." Okay. Thinking about crashing Factorio, but was like, you can keep it running. Well, I hope your own game of Factorio Pyanodons is going well. I'm coming around to one of my iron mines and realizing the iron mine is mostly empty. Let's go clean up the empty bits here. Just doing its background task that I didn't ask for. Yeah, that's... Windows can be like that. Computers can be like that sometimes. Okay, I've got one Digosaur. Need more agar. Okay, I'll restart science for a little bit. Make do with the single Digosaurus for the moment. And one Digosaurus. There we go. So there's some excellent. That will need to be washed, become clean, clean to be baked, baked to go into the iron excellent antimony special alloy, which then gets baked with more antimony to become vitrolloy. Oh no, that gets combined with the vitrolloy to become intermetallics. So I need like 2 smelters, advanced foundry. I might as well run an advanced foundry for the next processing as well, or the next smelting as well. So these 2 recipes can be swapped too. Washer? Yes. Smelters. I only need like 1 of each because I'm like minting this recipe. Oh, that's actually a good question. Do I have smelters on the rest on the belt? No, I haven't done that yet. I can tell that because it involves titanium plate and I haven't done that much with titanium plate. Diggy diggy hole. Yeah, dig 10 tons. What do you get? Excellent. ceramic for the smelter. And I'm actually going to need 2 smelters, so I have to grab quite a bit of ceramic. There we go. And brick, that's easy to grab. And we'll grab a couple steam engines. That's going to probably be smarter than trying to hand build steam engines. Oh, grabbed a lot of steam engines, and apparently I'm being held up by the fact I'm short of it. Whoops. And steel. Way too many steam engines. Whoops, it daisy. Yeah, got several steam engines on my inventory. So got the foundries for you, got the smelters, washer, that's being produced. And I'm gonna have to do fluid drills for mining the nickel, a gasifier for making the syngas. Syngas? Syngas. You, grabbed you. Maybe not enough of you. You know, the draw crusher, because this has to be crushed. I'll grab more than 80, that'll be fine. Okay. An excellent antimony special alloy in vitrolloy. It's not made. No, those are not made in advanced factories. Okay. They're made in smelters, which aren't going to fit in that hole. Somewhat annoying. Okay, well that's going over here, not over there then. Require liquid fuel. the nickel. Oh, you got random sludgy water, which is interesting. Not something I'm taking advantage of right now. That means you need water. Which means I need someplace to get water from. Complications. Don't happen to have a local water pipe. I think that's actually water over there. Okay. Twitch, Reptid998 just showed up and said, "Oh, hey, it's the Pyanodons bus guy." Yes, I'm on a little bit earlier tonight, although that might not be immediately apparent, seeing as it's already up to 11, which is usually after I start. Trying to jerry-rig some basic Nexalit production together. Okay, that is nickel ore, and I'm gonna go grab my very artisanally produced antimony oxide. There's actually a somewhat convenient nickel also right over there. Officially got first next plate 73, just sort of 74 hours in. Oh, that's not gonna be a fun recipe. I didn't realize that made tar gas, made tar in addition to the coal gas. That needs to be in the petrochem position then. Okay. not plate, because I don't have plate yet. At that point, I'd just be the refined. Maybe down to petrochem, because I need to make some coal gas down there. I need to retrieve my plastic for antimony oxide. Okay, hopefully that's enough plastic for a while. Oh, and I already have syngas. That's convenient. So I just need to plumb that up. Okay. Let me take the gasifier that I was going to use, and let's sort of slot it in there. Probably need to pump it like hell, but we'll find out. Too far. That's some of the forest here. Yeah, went too far. That's pump time. Right about there. Which means I need to grab copper and iron for the pump. I think going around the forest is going to be a smart path here, because I got to go around the upcoming factory anyway. boulders getting in the way. And we've hit maximum pipe length again. Okay, so that's where the next pump has to go. Pipelines. I'd say that Pyanodons is not the mod necessarily to be playing if you don't like pipes in this game. It's got a lot of pipes. Not saying that this is the optimal way to do the plumbing, but this is how I'm doing the plumbing. Okay, so I need to make this run 2, let's say 3 pumps. To make pumps, I've got the aluminum to short the copper and the iron. I'm going to go past a belt that has both copper and iron nearby, so it should be easy to dissolve. Now I can tell that something is wrong with my iron. There should be a belt and a half of iron coming up here, and it's very much not. I have to figure out exactly what's wrong with it right now. I just know there is something wrong with it. Okay, so you're both short antimony oxide. Actually, I don't need that, because that's antimony oxide. What I need is a chest in the middle, where I put the antimony oxide, because both sides need it. That is where my antimony oxide goes. Of course, I didn't pick any of mine up. They're still sitting in the chest next to the antimony oxide generator. Okay. That's pump number 2. There we go. So it should be running. there. In here, I need you to have plastic. You make antimony oxide. So you're taking the parts from earlier. And we've got the thing that would jam with the system, which is a bit of gravel got through. There's the gravel. I have a feeling that's not enough antimony oxide. Although we're running at the speed of a single electrolyzer, which I don't think is the correct balance between electrolyzer and oxygen furnace. It is 10 to 20, so it actually 1 to 2 should work. That should be enough oxygen. Oh no, you went through all your fuel. Different problem. Apparently, coal dust is not fuel dense enough to be running basic oxygen electric furnace or basic oxygen furnace for very long. Watch as the basic oxygen furnace just drinks the solid fuel. Good chat saying coal dust is too dusty for my taste. Well, after we're done with the coal dust, it's gonna start eating raw coal, and it's gonna eat some of the coke, and then I'm gonna have to go find other better fuels for it. But at the moment, this is what it's eating. And now we're at the point where it's actually caught up with the input. $16, so that's gonna be enough for 8. Yeah, that's gonna be enough for 8. To do what I want with it, I think I need 10. Or at least 1. There it is. Yeah, 10 per oil burner. So in the meantime, I need to decide how I want to improve petrochem, my petrochem setup. I could technically set most of the setup up without the oil burners. The oil burners are to have it set up so I'm not wasting, well, not dumping to sinkhole or dumping to atmosphere or any of the fluids I don't want. Get something productive out of them, hopefully. Let's see what we got. 5 tanks. I think I want to do, what are those, the 80k? 280k per fluid. That's fumble at least. Fluid index, check by, unlocked at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, probably ignore the methane. So 12, 13, 15, 16, 17 if you include total oil. Okay. So most I need like 32 tanks. And in theory, that's kind of what I want to do. So that would be 2 of them. But I'm thinking here it has become a little too industrialized for generalized oil storage. So that size, mostly lead and iron. Okay. Got an idea for what I want. Lead and iron. Piles and piles and piles of lead. Now the question is, do I have that much lead in the base? Very different question. It's actually convenient to steal from lead belt, so shouldn't be too bad. So 30, well, 30 would be, 30 times 70 is a lot. Now I'm thinking about it, because that's 2,100 plus another 14, so it's 2,280. Fill the entire inventory up because I'm apparently going to need some iron to go with that. Yeah, the rest of it's pretty much iron. Although it's been assembled into some stuff, so I can grab some pipes to accelerate the process. Pipes are on the bus. Don't have a on the bus. I got confused. I have a second off-road now. I have a shortcut road. And my pipes are next to the other shortcut road. It's 15 and I wanted 32. Thinking it's more and more plausible to actually build 32. Seeing as that's half of it. It hasn't got back down to the end of the bus since last grabbed it. There it is. $20. $25. Here we go. So that's 32. And then to support that, I'm going to want a bunch of overflow valves. 16. Well, might even want more than 0. Well, I'll probably want 32. 32 overflow valves. So I'm going to get some circuits. Also my short on here. Steel. Yeah. $20, $30, $32. And then I have to decide how I want to start. So, one of the things we probably do want to make at some point is going to be CO2. There's a couple different recipes for CO2. We got the Coke recipe, we got the tar recipe, which makes flue gas, as well as some rich clay, and aromatics. We got the lime recipe, which makes lime and carbon dioxide. Easy Coke. Yeah, so those are all the CO2 ways. I decide what I want the end of the picture come to be, right? So right now, the answer is probably just Coke, right? So let's just say I want some Coke. Let's say, actually, I want to splurge. I want 2 belts of Coke. How horrid is that going to be? So I got 4 different recipes that output Coke. Pitch, anthracene, coal, and Coke. And rock coal. Let's start with anthracene, and then add pitch, and then we add one of the pitch inputs. The pitch input, we got 1 pitch input. And that comes from tar. So we'll say the tar comes from... We're not going to cook the Coke into ash. I don't need the ash that badly. Not going to use the wood, not going to use sulfur keratin. Could get some from syngas, but I'd say no for the moment. Comes from the coal, and the coal comes from raw coal. the matrix button. There we go. So we get some naphthalene oil as a byproduct, we get some creosote as a byproduct. I get hydrogen, some hydrogen as a byproduct. Light oil, metal oil, gasoline, coal gas, and some iron oxide. That's giving me an idea of how much of everything I need. I don't actually need that many tar processing units, only 5. It's like 10, 7, 5, 2, 4.4 to make 2 belts of coke. Now the question is that the recipe I want to do? Mix up to do. So as if my only goal is to make coke, that is kind of the recipe I do want to do. This is also the point right now I'm thinking about. I want the fluids. So what do I want these fluids for? Coal gas, for example, I need for mining, don't I? It is the mining fluid for aluminum oxide. Okay. And I need 10 per mining operation. So maybe actually I think of this as a different way. Come back up to you. So, for example, I want at least that much coal gas to support what I'm doing, although probably want to actually up this to whole belt at some point. So let's say we are upping it to whole belt at some point. Current consumption doesn't do that, but that's a lot. That is a lot. And to be fair, that gets me my 2 belts of coke that I was thinking about earlier. And a bunch of tar, which is good because we'd be wanting the tar for other things. Tar is the one we refine into everything else, isn't it? Yeah, you're the tar there, which becomes the pitch, which we then convert into more coke potentially. Okay. That's only like a belt and a half of raw coal. Going into 5 destructive distillation columns, okay. Just grab as many destructive distillation columns I have in the tar machines, and we'll start trying to toss together a makeshift version 2 petrochem, let's say. Oh, nickel's easy because nickel comes from steam. Okay. Nickel, aluminum. Yeah, think about acetylene. Acetylene comes from acetylene production. This comes from calcium carbide. Calcium carbide comes from the coke. The lime, which is where my CO2 is coming from right now, which actually consumes coke, interestingly enough. Okay, if I'm willing to make gravel as a byproduct, that's actually the better recipe to do. Fair enough. Zinc. Yeah, already looking at zinc. Zinc is... expecting input of 666 tar. Which, if I make that aluminum recipe, makes more than enough tar. Okay, so yeah, we're looking at something massive like this. I think, if I'm going to be going for the bigger numbers. Argument to keep it close to the... well, actually, the argument of keeping it close to the old petrochem is it's also next to a coal deposit I can be using as the start. Okay, this is reasonably open space here. Let's make this my holding area for fluids. Probably want to save... oh, got no regular pipes. Let me go grab some regular pipes first. I could technically do it with blueprint pipes, but let's not. Also, I'm very low on underground pipes, so I should grab those too. Okay, so space-wise, I probably want to save least that minimum of space on each side. Partially for walkability, partially for ease of access. And then that would, of course, be double both sides. At some point I'm going to have to disassemble this and upgrade it to electric drills, because I don't think it's very productive as it currently is. Okay, so you're basically empty. I'm going to just get rid of you once and for all. I think that just highlights how out of tar I am. That cleaning up the tar tank doesn't require any effort. Do I have a pump? Yes, I have a pump. Okay. So you will be tar. I'll make you coal gas. Conveniently have another pump for coal gas, but got another one. Just run from there. I think just run from there. Range, I can jump the glass maker. Okay, gotta wait for some of these tanks to build up. Meantime, wanting to run this recipe, this is a lot of coal. Yeah, this is a lot of coal. And this is in Matrix too. This is This is just how much coal gas is required to run aluminum at 15 items a second. Okay, I don't know how to do that. Don't know what I'm trying to do here. Now I gotta run a baseline. How do I turn you off? Worry about it. Okay. Okay, so we got the tanks done, so I'm gonna start getting some of the bits that I need for this to work. Could go with some more pumps as well. We need copper. Okay. Okay. Got the copper. I'm gonna grab more pumps because I think I need pumps for what I'm doing. Overflow of fluid, go in sinkhole. Overflow of gas, go up the exhaust pipe. Not that we're anywhere near that yet, and hopefully we'll never get there. That's actually a question I just contemplated. I now have crushers. Does it make more sense to crush with the coal gas? And I think the answer to that is no, now that I'm thinking about the recipe here, right? Because I've only got 3 recipes that make coal gas. Well, 4 if I include the wood, which we're not going to include. No, and carboxylic acid, or carboxylic oil here. Okay, 5. Making coke to ash, making coal to coke, making raw to coal. Raw to coal is apparently the one that makes the most coal gas per? Yeah. Okay. I was about to say, oh, I could crush the oil, crush the coke, and then do the coal gas on that. But no. If I'm looking for coal gas specifically, then it's better just to distill it. So what I'm trying to work out here is roughly the ratio for what a belt in would be. So kind of working backwards. So I swap this to belts. So it's 14 belts. So if I divide that by 14. So there's about 3 machines per belt. Okay. And that about outputs about 1/3 of a belt. Oh, I'm thinking about I'm on recipe right here. This is a level to go, so that's just gonna confuse things, right? Aluminum plate. And this needs a little over 4, so 4 in a bit. Okay. Which means it needs if one belt goes into 3, so that means 3 times. Picking the right recipe again. That's the aluminum. 3 times 3 times 4 plus an extra. 3 times 3 is 9. Times 4 is 30. 9 times 4 is 36. Plus another 3 is 39. My math isn't mathing quite there. Oh, because I got to round up. Yeah, so we need a lot of that. We need a lot of that if I want to do that recipe. Or that amount of aluminum. Which I think what I want to do doesn't change much. Other than how much I need to be mentally prepared for the oh so much product. Oh, no matter which way I orient it, they don't both be on the same side. It's a little frustrating, but I can work with that. Okay, what is the insert rate here on raw coal? And I can even reasonably do it with inserters. So 10 divided by 2 divided by 0.77, 6.5 inserters. That might not be doable with only one side. Yep, there's 7. No, not quite doable because I need both pipes. It's doable on that one because that one doesn't feed in, or doesn't feed out the bottom. Okay. This one's even worse. Okay. Well, 6.5 isn't too far off. What's 15 divided by 0.77? 19. So it's one more than 6 each. So if I say I at least want 6 each, kinda be done. Yes, that looks like this, and then we have the 7th on the bottom, which brings up to 19. Technically, it's just short. Say we do 7th at the top. Should technically be enough to get the whole thing working. When I didn't sort out outs. Outs should be easier because it's making less solid outputs. So it's 3.2 every 2 seconds divided by 0.77. So I only need 3 out. It's easier to do. Yeah, I'm over-designing it. You don't need it this complicated. I'm making it complicated because I think it will work work better in the longer run that way. Okay. Okay, so technically that's just underproducing an entire belt of coke. Once that runs. Although that's going to eat a lot of coal. It's 3 full belts of raw coal. Oh, and that doesn't even make coke. That's making raw coal. Or making refined coal. Proper coal. Nope, I have run out of inserters. I'd still want that bit in there. We'll think about it. Delete it completely. Tushit saying, I cheated and modded compact loaders. It was CPU efficiency, but it barely mattered. Make some of the I/O to buildings both faster and easier to design. And hey, you get pi as intended this way. Yeah, I'm definitely experiencing the fun of trying to get things in and out of buildings. And to be fair, these buildings are not too hard. I'm just trying to cram them together. And if I wanted to go do a little bit more zigzagging, we can definitely get them work. So what's going to happen here is the first and the third are going to run at full speed. The middle one's not quite going to run at full speed. But then also from the recipe, the recipe doesn't expect them to run at full speed anyway, so I think it's close enough. Okay, so I need to get good inserters, then I need to load in coal, which means I probably want to rebuild the coal mine nearby, so it does full belts instead of cooking, or instead of using instead of using burner grills. Now do tar. Well, to be fair, this is doing tar and gas, but then we're gonna have to convert the tar into other things because just having tar is useful if you want something to burn, but it's not very useful by itself from a chemistry standpoint. So yeah, coal, gas, and tar comes out. It's going to go into these tanks over here, where the intent on these tanks over here is the first tank is for if I want to do something that specifically requires that fluid. Whereas the second tank, and the second tank might be the baseline for something like a sushi sushi fuel line. The second tank's for if it doesn't matter which fluid I'm using, but I'd rather use it rather than dump it. And then we're going to overflow if even that overflows, so that nothing backs up. coal gas in, tar comes out, and then the coal gas probably isn't gonna. Well, the coal gas, some of it will become other stuff because I need a little bit of syngas, but most of the coal gas is gonna get used to mine. I suppose even the syngas is mining. It's gonna get used to mine. Whereas the tar is gonna get converted into a whole bunch of other things. Some of which is also going to be used to mine, because the main thing I do with gas right now is mine. Inventory's full. Here's some of the more random junk out of the chest for the inventory for the moment. Just realized I got the antimony oxide on me for making antimetallics. Let me go drop this off before I get too carried away. What I'm doing. Inventory is just a tad bit full. And you're not running because we don't have any nickel. And I think the nickel is actually being mined. It's out of solid fuel. That's a different problem. Solve a little bit by tossing some fiber in there. Grab some of you. Nickel grade 1, which goes in the nickel smelter over there. Nickel plate made 75 hours in. Don't know if any of these are going to be pop-ups. maybe? Probably need a battalion will be the next milestone that pops. Yep. 75 hours and 2 minutes in, we get first into battalion. Not enough to build anything, but start. Getting some of the more random stuff out of the inventory. Yeah, I think that's unrandomized the inventory enough for the moment. Now to do a thing that might actually break quite a bit of the base, which is I think it is time to start having this setup turn off. So I can disassemble it without having to collect every last random hunk of raw coal into my inventory. The way I'm going to do that is I'm going to take the inserters that fuel the miners. Take them away. So when the miner runs out of coal, it just stops. Oops, I still want that built there. I suppose there's a different way I can do this would be so much more effective. My understanding is correct. Entities. Blacklist. Is blacklist, no. I whitelist. Whitelist only grab inserters. Only the mechanical inserters. Now, if I box select, it will flag them for deletion, and items that are flagged for deletion don't work. There we go. The whole system, given enough time, will just empty out of coal. And also ash, but mostly coal. So I actually disabled all the ones that are doing the ash removal, but hopefully they'll empty out of coal, and I'll end up with all the ash, and that'll be fine. But yeah. And then I can replace this with electric drills, which is the plan. At the end of the belts. Ooh, good idea. And shift drag to turn them back on. Oh, for turning the inserters back on, if I want to turn them back on, yeah. The point right now is I'm going to disassemble all these miners and replace them with electric. So what's here is going to go, but I don't want all the coal here, so I want the coal gone. I'm going to let that work out for a bit, because that's going to work out over slowly in a little bit of a moment. I'm going to take a quick facilities break. I'm going to use the restroom. Okay, back in the headset. Repted, I think responding to Ty Guy earlier saying they use loaders in their Pi run, said they don't use loaders, but they've added Pi cranes. Pi cranes give a major UPS bonus, especially for loading and unloading trains, but without making anything actually easier. Maybe see that. I think the cranes. I've been watching a Roomba do his multiplayer version of this. So yeah, the cranes I think move whole stacks, whereas the stack loaders move stacks, or move multiple. So the cranes early on are definitely better in their particular way. Crane is multiple inserters wide, it has the same cost and power consumption and speed as that many inserters, but its hand size is multiplied by the number. Okay. That belt is fully empty. That is going into the power plant. So there's an argument that if I went on the belt, it doesn't look like it is emptying. I should redirect it into that one. It'll both make it empty faster, and will give us a little bit more power. Not that I think I need the power right now. Okay, 3 that went into the power plant down here are empty. So that means if I want the power plant to run, I need to redirect some coal their way. 4 here, 5 here? 5 here, going off to this old iron mine over there. Oh, and the ash over here is jammed because the soot is jammed because I never did anything with the product of the soot sorting. Whoops. want to mine the path. I don't want to mine the coal mine by hand. That sounds like a great waste of time. Oh, I never had ash sorting sort on that anyway. Okay. Good thing that ash had never become a significant problem. Okay, which belt to divert first? Let's divert that one. Yeah, let's divert that one. Okay, let's divert 2 belts. So I can get there. Next to go away. Oh, well, it didn't last particularly long. You're the grabber, you're the grabber, you're the grabber. I just reactivate the ash will get taken out. I'm gonna get this one assembled. Okay. So no longer extracting ash from them, so that means they're properly empty. This belt goes where? Feeds into you. you. Put your ash back on it. And it goes into you. Okay, so that's going to empty out soon, so I'm going to probably want to divert some into you. Although that'll be an easy diversion from there. Okay. Okay, belt's empty. And you can see how aggressively or not aggressively the electrical system is pulling the call. And that's the biggest drain here on the call down here. That's why I'm rejigging this call. Okay, so got the ash coming off of those. Assemble those. 3 here that look like they have coal in them. Let's redirect them into the furnace, the boiler stacks. They make power. Let's get used up. That line's empty. But it can't. The boilers aren't boiling enough. Yes. Oh, you don't go anywhere right now, so to get you empty, let's redirect you to the boiler stack that's currently bored. Actually do anything. That one's empty. So take the grabbers off of that one. I can reactivate the ash disposal. Yeah, we're slowly disassembling this. And this would definitely be faster to disassemble the horde of bots. But we're not that late in Factorio Pyanodons yet, so it is a good old Factorio man job. Running around with this metal crowbar, prying everything up. Interesting. Why? Oh. That's the one going down to the, nickel? I guess we're just not pulling very much on the nickel. That's probably having an acetylene problem, actually, if I'm thinking about it. I guess that's one of the gases is not getting down there enough. Okay, well, then the short-term fix to that is we just divert it. Okay, so all those, sort of by definition, can't be grabbing carbon, so I just box-let reactivate them. No carbon being fed up there. Oh, and I think I've asked this question before. Yeah, let's modify this to properly answer the question I'm asking, which is mountain belts. What? 15 carbon, or 15 coal a second is 4 electric mining drills. So 2 per side. Oh, I don't have enough power poles. I put my power poles away where I'm tossing stuff in the chests I don't need. With copper, I can at least turn that into power poles. Then we'll grab the logs so we can turn that into power poles. Oh, apparently I was just that low on power poles. Okay. I'll turn all the copper we got on this to power poles. I'll have to go grab some copper in a bit. Unless the carbon or unless the coke has moved, or coal has moved past that point. Re-enable all of those. Get the ash out of the system. Okay, the ash might not completely exit the system in some places for reasons, but it's a start. Although what I can do in the places where it's not exiting. I can either pick it up, which is currently what I'm doing here, or I can merge them together. Wild half belts are chiral, but they don't need to be that picky about how much is going down them. Okay. Let's work through all the ash. Turn everything back on. And then just start disassembling when it stops moving. It stops moving, it's empty. I want to drain some of the belts over here, but the moment they're running all to one of the iron mines, what I might do is I might just rework how I feed that, because I don't think that needs that much. Especially because it's not, you know, emptying. Probably a good sign it doesn't need that much. Run out of space. Okay. Managed to get by with only picking up 3 stacks of coal, so definitely letting the coal drain out was the right choice. This one boiler has just been broken for who knows how long. So there was no way for the steam out. Don't mind the coal, I don't need that. So do I want, yeah, I should retain those ones, because I'm probably going to retain the boiler setup for the moment. Power. Yeah, they're both, all 4 of them are half-belt setups, so remember that as well. We'll grab a little bit of coal here, just to shorten that a little bit. Oh, the iron's backed up. That's what's going on here. So if I want a lot of iron, there's a lot of iron here. This iron setup at this point should no longer have to be half-built. So let's... double-sided. I might regret that later. So that should get it moving for a while. Which gets iron out of the furnaces, which gets the furnaces starting up and starting to consume coal again. Yeah, definitely not consuming evenly. There's a different problem over there, but... Hi guy 606 saying night. Well, wish you have a good night yourself. Sorry for responding after you left, but I'm, as you can tell, I get a little focused on building the factory. We got 3 belts that go around like that I'd like to be cleaned up a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'm at the point where I need to put down a chest to just get some... Specifically, just get some belts out of the inventory. I have more than I need for the moment. There we go. That gives me some space to clear this up. So I can build what I need to make this run. So I got 2 full belts going down here. I want 2.5 belts going over there. 1.5 belt go over there. That's 2.5, 4.5, 5. 5.5 I want to keep the old setup, but I don't actually want to keep that, so we'll probably take that completely offline. Yeah, probably take that completely offline. What I will do is I'll use that as a place to dump coal that I come across, raw coal. To get rid of it for the moment. It's just so much coal. That's why we tried to drain as much as I could earlier. Just going around the thing filled up the inventory. This is a good way to see how full the inventory is, right up until you hit it. It's not the way I'm doing it right now. Oh, and I suppose going forward, you don't need to be biased like that. So let's grab a little bit of you. Say that you can actually lane balance. Okay, you're only half belt coming in, but you might as well go into a full belt. I think that's enough space. And down here, actually, it does need to be lane balanced. Lane balanced like that. Yeah, that works. Okay. Bouchette says, man, it feels so bad building Top of Wars, but at the same time I know it'll take literal years to deplete those patches. Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. But I've also decided that when it comes to the bus does not care what it goes over. It just goes. It just goes over things. Okay, let me take a quick Google. I want a 5x5 belt balancer. It's probably a more effective one you can do than this for Pi, but this is what we're going to do. Okay. So it starts off with, what would you guess? 5 belts. Splitter, 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 splitter. I'm gonna need more splitters. Which means I'm gonna need more iron, more circuit boards. Put Twitch chat back at the top so I can see it. Twitch chat saying, around the numbers on my smallest geothermal water deposit, and even if the geothermal plant runs 24/7 full tilt, it will take over a year for the real life, in real life to deplete. Yeah, but geothermal is like supposed to be like renewable power in the game, so it's the geothermal in particular I think is not supposed to run out. Like if you get one of those to run out, oh dear. And of course they get bigger the farther away they are from spawn, right? So the farther away from spawn, the bigger they're gonna get. Just bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then I need iron. There we go. A bunch of splitters. Well, over 3 years, says Repted. Yeah, I can imagine. But to be fair, you wouldn't expect geothermal power to run out in real life either. So even 3 years. Okay, it's accelerated time in game, but like 3 years of real life is quite a lot of time. Okay, so let's get this balancer assembled. Oh, and I need to make this even more complicated because these have to be. These are going to become. Themselves are going to become split. also on the wrong side in the split here. Okay. Put that off for the moment. We're finish the 5x5 bonds before we do the splits on the outputs. That's all the splitters I need. This is one of the places where apparently you can make it a little more efficient if you're doing pi. I shuffle when I shouldn't have shuffled. Ah, no. That's what the problem is. There we go. So yeah, that's one of the savings, because you can do 8 long belts. The belt balancer I'm looking at on the Googles is 4 length undergrounds. You can do that instead of going out a little bit farther. Okay. Okay, so that is the 5-lane balancer. Which is actually, and this is where the complicated stuff's gonna, well, sort of complicated stuff's gonna happen, which I actually need to be 10 half lanes. So I'm gonna split all 5 lanes in half. Yeah, really, so 3 more to, well, 2.5 more splits. Let me get Twitch chat back on top so I can see. But even at like 255 million zinc ore deposit with a mining speed of 20 a second is still 147 real-life days to deplete. Even if you take a pessimistic view that it'll take you 2,000 hours to beat Phi, that deposit will never run out before you beat Phi. Yeah. So for a lot of deposits, it's not... This deposit's going to run out, so I need to use it. it's the other way around. It's like, oh, it feels so bad to build over a deposit because you might want the throughput. Less than I'm worried about another deposit running out. It's my experience with deposits. Right, I might want to mine this. I might want the throughput I'd get from that titanium or that aluminum. At the moment, I'm like, nah, I don't need that. There'll be more. There'll be more. So, major things like running the bus over it goes over the top. What if I do this? How far can I take you? That far. So that should be fine to build in that space. Hit R, not T. This doesn't work. Oops, that's... doesn't have anything on it. It's never gonna have anything on it. Oh, unless I wanted to have something. No. The magic of 8 underground means I can do that. There's my 5 to get these up and running. And you up and running. Oh. Forgot about one. Forgot about one. Okay, that still works out. I just don't need to use that boiler stack. Or I can use a different coal line to work fine. You're not running because the tar is backed up. The tar actually backed up. That seems unlikely. Steam's not running. What? Where's my steam come from? Because the steam should be running. Oh, actually, I suppose I might have not had this section plumbed right, so this might only be a supplier, it might not be a receiver. That would do it. That would definitely... I see how I know why that's not draining. It's being fed on the wrong side. I broke the chirality of the system. I broke the chirality of the system. Did I? No, I just don't have enough acetylene. I just broke the chirality of the system in a different way, but that's a different problem. Yeah, that's a different problem. For some reason, I've got this on the other way around than I normally do. Oops. That's my placement. There we go. There we go. That fixes it, so it's on the right side for whatever that system, however that system works. Okay, so I got a coal down there, but that's fine because you handle the ash. I should have steam coming in, so running again, or is this whole section just plumbed wrong for steam? Now that I'm not using this boiler. Ah, I have it prioritized so that it only goes to the boilers if there isn't enough to run the boilers. And the system hasn't pressurized enough yet. It will soon. It's pressurizing. I flipped the chirality in my system by accident. I think I flipped the chirality in my system by accident. Yeah, I flipped the chirality in my system by accident. That's the problem. I screwed that up over here. Yes. Yes, I did. Well, that's gonna make the fixing the ash system pain. Okay. I flipped the chirality in the system when the system's not supposed to have its chirality flipped. How to fix this? Okay, that crudely fixes it. I can't just dump it to there because I've got it on filter coal dust. Okay. Gonna have to slurp up all the coal the hard way. Get it properly out of the sorting system. Oh, this is gonna take so long to work out. I screwed that up. Problem is I need to pull it out of these two. I can't just do a magic inserter trick to get it out the other ones. I mostly have gotten out of, well, those two I don't think I ever screwed up, so they weren't as bad. Run along here and grab ash as well, which isn't ideal. A little faster, though. Okay. In the meantime, we've got steam running, so the tar should be not actually backed up. Yeah. Gives me more space so I can grab more stuff in a pass. Getting closer to working correctly. Almost there. See, it just about getting fixed. Yeah, gotta go do one last check over there, and I think we'll have it fixed. That should be fixed there. The Ashen one machines. No call on you, no call on you. There is a little bit of call on you, so you're the missing call. There we go. That should be back to operational. And I need to go grab some copper so I can finish up the electrical here. Plumbed in. Is it wide enough for me to do another? Yeah, about. One more. Horizontal like that. Two spaced. Go see if I've got any more electric miners made. If we can't, if we do, we'll go pick them up and start installing them in that mine. Vector miners are pretty close to the end at the moment. Gonna run most of the bus here. So the splitters down there too. Probably do with the stack splitters. None have been made because there is not enough small parts in the bus. Yeah, I should have guessed. So I have to hand make them because I know there's enough simple circuits. It's 84, yeah, that's a good start. I just grab a bunch of iron. So the plate I want, or not the iron plate recipe I'm thinking of. Still not the one I'm thinking of. I'll use this one. Perfectly fine. So, 5.2, or for layman purposes, let's say 6. 6 of the foundries. I currently have standing right next to them and picking up. Here, 6 of those. So there is better ways of necessarily doing aluminum that I haven't researched yet. Would in theory increase. Okay, so let's copy you. What's the next one that's coming up? Aluminum. Aluminium. Aluminum processing. Stage 1. Yeah, I get both the normal and the hot air. The hot air gives me more product per aluminum, so I should probably do the hot air one. Fair enough. And the first aluminum I get is powdered gravel, molten aluminum, aluminum graphite borax. Okay. There we go. So now I need a lot less coal gas if we assume I'm doing the better recipe for the scale up to 15. So maybe not massively overbuild the coal production. That's still the ones I've done. We'll do the ones I've done. That makes sense. We'll do the ones I've done and just not overbuild aluminum until I've got the smelting. Cool. Okay, so use these three, don't do more. Don't do more. Oops, I hate that power pole. Bad things are going to happen. That power pole back in. It sounds like it disassembled something. It sounds like there's a hole. It looks like there's a hole in the power lines. I probably disassembled the power pole. Yeah. Okay, so these take in 20 every 3.5 seconds. Spit out 10. So they're going to need half as many out as they're going to need in, presumably. 20 divided by 3.5 divided by 0.77. So 7.5 in. Can I fit 7.5 on the side? No, 6. Inconvenient. Although with that's for the recipe, the feed mixture that I'm mathing is 5.2. So I'm actually only doing 5.2 the recipe per machine. So it still really wants 6.5, not 7.5. So I'm gonna be short. Although I'm not actually making this much yet, so we'll just do it if it's 6. It's wrong, but it's close enough, right? And then if I'm doing 6 in, because it's for every in, for every 2 ins, there's 1 out. Do that for the out. Okay, still need 3 more destructive distillation to turn that coal into coke. In fact, actually, I need more than that, because it's not going to turn all that into coke. How much coal do I need for site pack 1? That's raw coal, that's not the answer. Not the question I'm answering. Like 1.2. Okay, so I could probably run the overflow off to use for side pack 1. So I'm actually going to say output priority right, although not sure where that's going yet. And then the not priority is then going to go be distilled to make coke. So it's shove on that coke line over there. This is 10 every 3 seconds. So I need 5 inserts. I think I can fit that because it should only require taking up 6 of the space. Okay, I can work with that. And then output, we still got the same double typed output. Okay. It's going to be 6.3 every 3 seconds, which is 3 inserters out. Okay, so that should be enough coal gas for the new not even new because we haven't researched it. For the better recipe. When we go for the better recipe, that'll be enough for the better recipe. You're one of the old tar tanks. Let's get you plucked. You're the old coal gas tank. You're basically empty. So I'm just gonna make you go poof. Okay, so it feels like the old system is empty. Well, the old system shouldn't have any major stockpiles anymore. So what I should do is I should plumb the new system into the old system so the new system can use the old system. Do I have pumps? Yes. Okay. Okay, so that should equalize pressure in both systems. Got more coal gas than we have tar, which doesn't necessarily surprise me. If the aluminum isn't running particularly hard, then that would happen. Tar has to get converted. Coal gas does... Well, coal gas is also going to have to get converted because I know I have a recipe to use it and convert it, but... This is the one using coal gas, yeah. Which seems to be working. Do the Mark II... I think they're just electric. I think they're just double. Same speed, but they're electric. Ones versus... Oh, it is double speed. So there is an argument to jump to the more expensive electric one. Gets the call out, gets double yield. And I have you running on the coal gas system, which shouldn't actually really be the case. I'm not going to fix it right now, because this can use anything. So right now this is actually on the coal gas system, and not the coal gas I want to burn it as fuel system. Do I want to disassemble you? If I disassemble you, I lose coke here. Is that a concern? Lime's not running. It doesn't appear to be very much running. Not because I am backed up on something. Yes, we are... Well, I'm not feeding any steel into you to get refined. See, that lime's probably not really doing anything. The coke otherwise is running down here, I think for CO2 production. Yeah. Which isn't... Because now that we properly plumbed it into the CO2 system is actually full. So it doesn't need to be running. So I don't need that anymore. Coke runs over here, I think previously to work as graphite rods. And yeah, okay. So I can disassemble that system. I don't need it anymore. That simplifies it down a bit. Then I can probably disassemble the other end of the system, because I don't need it anymore, because it's plumbed into the existing system. Yeah, okay. I suppose others. Oh, I should have actually really disassembled it from the other way to push the coal gas out of that portion, but it's been done. It's been done. Okay, it comes down to here. So you're running. And then that's the thing I need the coal gas really for. So yeah, at some point I should find a different place to put that. Run. Another one that should at some point be upgraded to electrical. Ye old original coal mine. Unlike the original copper and original iron, it hasn't run out. You're basically never going to run, so I'm just going to disassemble you. Thinking about that just means I should just disassemble the entire... Pull up the coke line. The coke line's going absolutely nowhere. This is the end of the coke line, for example. Oops, that was a load-bearing power pole. Put the load-bearing power pole back in. The old ash system's backed up. This system backed up again. Because of course it's this system backed up again. Okay, that'll start working again. Okay, I got an idea where I'm going to drop this coke. Toss in the basic oxygen furnace as the fuel. It's probably not running over the antimony mine because it's probably run out of fuel. I've word to hazard a guess. You need regular coal. Take the 126 science packs. Okay, so we can get fish done. coke is some nice high-density fuel at 5 megajoules per item. So if I'm manually delivering instead of using a belt, that's probably the best thing to bring over. Oh, getting some more antimony oxide. I only hit 3 there. The whole thing was backed up that badly. Good shit saying, personally used crushed coal after the correcting the spelling mistake for antimony. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Crushed coal is, well, coal is 6, right? Properly crushed coal is 6. The coal crushing recipe makes coal, crushed coal, and coal dust. So you wouldn't want to use coal dust because coal dust is the bad of the 3. Where's the recipe? It's in here somewhere. Yeah, crushed coal is 6. What, is coal only 5 or something? I remembered one of them was 6. Yeah, in my case, I have no coal crushers at the moment going, so it's not a solution for me. Although definitely a solution I'm at the point where I could use, could be done. I'm sticking coke in it for the moment because I've got a coke line I'm cleaning up, so I've got a bunch of waste coke that I want gone. Just in case that's load-bearing powerful. Put it back up, please. Oops. So that was a different oops. Going to the wrong side is not going to be the issue. Memory serves. Later you can crush it even further into coarse coal, 10 megajoules each, but the real solution is coal/charcoal briquettes producing 60 and 180 megajoules of energy respectively. Yeah, that sounds like if inserting things into, and removing things from solid fuel from burners and stuff that is your limitation, then yeah, that's the perfect solution. Just needs to get you up to chemical science, yeah. Let's go check out the antimony again, see if we can pick up some more. And obviously drop off more coke. Got more coke. And I've got a lot of things I should probably put back in my chests on the bus, so when I can grab them later. I do not need this many inserters in my inventory, or this many underground belts in my inventory. I might need this many transport belts, let's be fair, but don't need that many of the inserters and undergrounds at least. Free up some space that way. $21. So I actually have, in theory, enough antimony oxide that I can actually get an oil burner. Or something else out of intermetallics. Oil burner is what I was thinking of originally when I was building that out. There we go. I've freed up a bunch more inventory space. You're waiting on nickel, so I need to grab more nickel. Oh no, actually, you're waiting on titanium. It's a little more complicated to grab, I think. Just grab some that's going by. So yeah, the grid looks good for now. Maybe because I'm not using everything correctly, but you know, looks good for now. Yes, I'm probably still... Anything's limited up here. Yeah, it's good old small parts being the issue. Not enough iron coming in. Because it looks like one of the belts that should be providing iron is not, because I am not using enough stone. That's the answer, I'm just not using enough stone. Not using enough stone. The answer is I probably need to pave more of the world with concrete. Where's my concrete belt? Let's just bring concrete up here, remember? For the concrete belt. That way I can run by here instead of running up and down the belt, which is what I'm about to go to. I can just drop by and grab a bunch of concrete. It's not the refined stuff, but it is, better than nothing, and it provides a bunch of stone consumption. It's actually getting used. Meantime, let's start checking up. Other than working on just more and more petrochem stuff, the other thing I want to be working on is this, obviously. So do I have what I need for this made on the bus? And if I don't, what is the problem? That's what I need to work on. I'm pretty sure the problem is small parts, which is iron, so I need to sort the iron better. I would have a spoiler moment there for people checking in. We got one of those. Because we're short in the microcosm mine. Microcosm mine is short on parts. It's only 3 microcosm mines, I'll just shove them in the end. Because it's 1 per? 1 per. Oh, actually, I only need 3, so we'll shove them in there. And then, do I need microcosm mine in here? Yes, I need 12 of them. So I definitely don't have enough microcosm mines. Okay, I'm gonna do something that arguably breaks the setup. I'm gonna do that. So it doesn't shove them on the bus and run another bus, because the place where they go, I have enough for the moment. Which is here, because I just shoved them in myself manually. Okay, so those are done. Next on the bus is the slaughterhouses. I need 3. There is not 3, because there's not enough parts. Do I hand make parts? You know, I'm gonna hand make some parts. Just so I can selectively give machines parts. Yeah, because we're... What, for the 3 that I need, we're 210 short. So, if I can make 280, 278 there is a step in the right direction. You are microcosm mines. Yeah, I'm microcosm mines short. That's the obvious problem here. Could manually feed your microcosm mines. And that's the bit that's the rate limiting in that. the upcoming step, right? I need 40 of those. Let's unlock a better recipe. And your parts on it. Okay. So yeah, probably hand feed them so I'm making sure my parts are going where I want them. Especially if I'm handcrafting parts. Okay, I'll be right back. We're gonna handcraft these parts. I'm gonna get them making some of the steps here. We actually got science going. We should actually get fish done. Then fish into casting, into chromium. Do I want to go chromium that hard? I might actually delay chromium. Yeah, I think I delay chromium. I don't need the rubber that bad. Cut those two. Let's pull warehouse before casting. And then I think I want to do casting of iron aluminum. Iron would be boron. Aluminum would also be boron. Okay. Sure, let's think about casting iron. That's boron into iron. And then aluminum is going to need mining machines into aluminum. Let things happen. Twitch chat's saying I went chromium fairly early because of the medium power poles. Yeah, I think I was looking at chromium because I was thinking about the rubber for the better belt recipe was what I was looking at when I was thinking about chromium. Because chromium goes into the rubber. I think it's catalytic for one of the steps in here. Because you need it before this step. For some reason, this requires chromium. But if you can get the chromium, then you get belt, small parts, and iron belt to make transport belts. 15x recipe instead of a 2x recipe. So this is faster and a much better use of small parts for making those belts. Also get long handle inserts. Allows you to put more things in the machine. Which, if you're not using loaders or anything, that's a way to get more into machines. This is also a powered insert, which implies I have a powered insert somewhere. Yes, I have power inserts. I haven't been using the power inserts. Duraluminum, that's why. Need scale duraluminum at some point. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna use the facilities. Okay, back in that set. And they're not done yet. The pain. The pain that is small parts, apparently. And not having enough. Let's check up, see if the problem with the iron has resolved itself. Presumably hasn't, because we're not, full or anything. Yeah, apparently I'm not pulling enough stone to even have visible change on the stone. Okay. On the iron output. Technology fish stage 1 complete, which I think is something I might want to dive into at some point. Also added fish farm, so I should probably make an ad of bus fish farm. That might be excessive. I'm not sure how many fish farms people make. Got multiple different levels, so maybe a lot. Only goes into itself though. Also requires a metallic, so it's not a cheap thing. And of course, it crafts fish eggs and fish. Fish plus phytoplankton plus saline water equals fish eggs and wastewater. Fish eggs plus biomass plus oxygen plus saline water equals fish and wastewater. Wastewater plus chlorine equals water. So you can clean the wastewater back up for reuse. If you care about it, which initially I don't think I do. Initially I'm probably just going to waste the wastewater because it's water in, well, it's saline water in, water out. dump it in sinkhole. That's probably what's going to end up happening. At least until we get to things like urea out of it, that'll be a little bit more useful. Or filtration into methanol. And you use methanol with the wastewater to make nitrogen and water. I can see that. Or pure sand to make muddy sludge. There's recipes there. Just don't start with them. Okay, this does the iron lane even go anywhere at this point? I don't think it's used anymore. If it isn't, I should redirect it to the bus where it'll definitely get used, because there's not enough iron on the bus. Nope, it goes to nowhere. No, it is used. That is where it is used. Right here. I think that's the only thing the old base uses it for, is making empty planter boxes. Then I use those empty planter boxes primarily to make sap trees. Iron coming in from the top. Okay, so get up there, flip the polarity, make it go up and not down. Okay, see if that helps. Of course, for it to help, I need this belt to have iron on it. Oh, I'm stealing too much of the shale oil, so we're not making the metal down here decent tick. That's what's going on. It's not a stone problem, it's a shale oil problem. Because I used shale oil, I used the gas furnaces. The gas furnaces are making nice in space efficient. No complaints about space efficiency. Just don't have enough bomb bolts, apparently. That's what the problem is. Although, apparently the mine is actually starting to go through portions of the deposit, so it's going to slow down. Yeah, it's a shale oil problem. I've used shale oil for a few too many other things, and it's becoming a problem. Long-term solution is probably swap over to something else as the flammable fuel of choice. At least some of the items. I think all the upper portion of the base, my flame of choice is shale. Which is fine if there's enough shale oil. And the answer is there enough is no. No, there is not. Because I'm not using enough stone. So it is a stone problem, it's just a different stone problem. Yeah, it is a stone problem, it's just a different stone problem. Come over here, pick more of you up. What are you short on? You're short on this side because you're out of coal. Let me go grab the coal. Oh, I was gonna finish making the small parts. Stop because I wanted the splitters, and now that I've got the splitter, I can get back to making running around, doing the errands around the base. Whoops, never cooked chip with power. Apparently isn't too much of a problem, but let's fix that. 350 pieces of coal there. Which means unless I feed you more raw coal, that is the last of the coal I'm going to get from that place. I'm not getting enough steam down here. I probably got a single unidirectional pump that's pumping the steam out of the system. Sector. To make it bi-directional. or I have no connection to Steam, except for the southern sector, which would explain why the southern sector, which is producing less and less steam these days, is not making enough steam. Okay. Not even making enough steam for itself. Oops. Not my steam line. That's the steam line. No, that obviously isn't the steam line, that's a line of something else. Do I know which line that is? No. No, not at all. Glass. It's the glass molten. It's the molten glass line. And it's empty because I'm not making, I'm not fueling the glass enough. The glass isn't making enough molten glass yet. Space on that system. Try that system. Oh, no more space on that system. We'll use that connection anyway. We're gonna go around the top here. There we go. Now I have steam coming along this pipe. Hopefully that means I've got steam down to that area. At least until I pack it up and just stop using it. Thinking about moving that portion of the petrochem. Approaching the point where we're going to overflow on tar again, although I just changed the use volume for tar, so maybe I don't immediately rush to burning it. Just because if I fix the problem, then we're more likely to overflow on one of its outputs. Yeah, I now have perfectly good steam down here. Tar refining bottoms are running consistently. And the tops are running consistently. Bottoms produce 30 every 5 seconds times 3. Tops eat 100 every 4. Yeah, so I'm using more tops than I have, or more middles than I have. Using more middles than I have. Yeah. So that actually means that eventually this tank's going to run empty, and then I don't need that tailings pond anymore. I'll need other tailings ponds. And just probably find a better thing to do with the hydrogen than just send that to void. Yeah, temporarily store that in one of these 90 kiloliters. There we go. Now I'm not technically wasting the hydrogen anymore. Although apparently I need to increase my demand for coke so that I can use my pitch faster. Pitch is piling up. Okay, I'm gonna grab the coke or the coal here so I can shove it in the research. This research hasn't quite stopped, but it's about to stop, I think. Unless warehousing is just that much slower. It might be just that much slower than previous tech. I think what's happened is the box has run out, so we're now working down the dregs. I think we've run out. Although I've got a little bit in the inventory that we can drop off. Toss the coal there. And I've actually got a backlog of things to be murdered, so it's the coal that was being the issue. Hasn't went down. It's down to one place. These 3 is not going to make a big difference. Because it's all going to go to the first one, so it's basically double the speed for... Well, actually, no, it'll double the speed for all of one cycle, then we'll go a little bit slower after that, going back to the previous speed. Although, warehouse is going to finish first. Bit of iron. Wasn't enough iron. That's warehousing. That's also a potential opportunity for improving buffers around the base. I'm just for the miners to move over by one. Pick up the power pole, thank you. Here we go. That should stabilize steel production by a bit. Oh, that doesn't work. That's not the one I was thinking it was. Okay. Also, I may have just disconnected a load-bearing power pole. Fix that before it fix too many things. I do need that old stone line. I maybe don't need the old brick portion of it, but I need the old stone portion of it. Scoot it up a bit then? Yeah, scoot this up a bit then. And you can be scooted up. Okay, well that should be helping with the buffering, so we should be getting more of carriage through to help with making more of shale oil to keep more of the things burning off of shale oil burning. Okay, so just going around to reading Twitch chat. For me, warehousing is less about storage space and more about having more inserters be able to share the same storage. Very useful to train stops. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I've definitely seen that been done, to be fair. This is more about I need to keep a slightly better desynchronization here between the outputs. So this is a hopefully a temporary solution, not becoming permanent, but it's probably going to end up permanent. Sort of situation going here. Oh, which does remind me that all the iron past this point is literally sitting around doing nothing. Let me just go clean all of it up. I have a literal iron shortage on the bus, and I've got a giant belt of iron that's doing absolutely nothing. Well, absolutely nothing past that point, so I've that bit in, because that bit's still doing something occasionally. Might be the same as copper as well. Is copper doing anything? The copper is actually doing something, so I don't want to take the copper line out. Unlike the iron line, it does something over here. Oops, that pipe may be important. $54 more science. And what have you run out of? You've hit the limitations of cellulose production. Okay, that was not the pain point I was expecting to find it. 54 is not quite enough to get casting done. Need 80 for that. We got 6 in, but that's still another 20. Well, if I go back down there and another 7's done, then I'll be able to finish it up. Definitely feels like the parts are getting a little bit farther along, which helping with the iron would have done. Although, I get more and more threadbare as we go down. Either implying it hasn't been fixed long enough, or it's a bigger problem than that. Okay, so getting back to the recipe here, need 3 of those. Check. I need 3 of those. Now actually check. Next big thing is the panics. We need 40 of those. Those are being limited by the microcosm mines, so manually making sure they all go to the right place. So I actually need like 50 of those, 40 to make something else, and I need 10 of them anyway. Actually, 12 of them. Okay, we get you going because we need 10 of those. Only 10 of those. 12 of the microcosm mines. 35 of saplings. Which we have, okay. Yeah, suppose at this point there's nothing I'm helping by sending it. So let's go run over. And see if we can grab the missing science. It may have been produced by the time we get there. And on the trip, I can deploy more concrete. I need to run around the base just a little bit faster. And I probably do want to have the run over to the antimony mine, also concreted, so let's do that run right now. Seven more of that. Actually limited by the antimony at this point, which is a good thing to see. This means it's limited by hydrogen production. That's enough. Should get casting done when that gets used. Twitchat saying, how's the bus design working out for me? It's working out pretty well. The only thing I'm struggling with is getting enough small parts on the bus. Twitch chat, Reptid saying, "Oh, hey, cat," and then, "Oh, small parts always a problem." Yeah, they're definitely apparently the big thing, and at least until you can get to, I think, cast parts. You can get cast parts later on, and that's going to probably be a better source of parts than trying to burner assemble them all. She was just saying, I mean, everything is always a problem at the start, like 4 of the times. Cast small parts is way off of production science land. Yeah, yeah. 8 science packs deep into Psi? Yeah. Well, if you're that deep into Psi, hopefully you're at the point where you can solve some of the problems you have at the beginning of the game, right? That's saying that's way deeper than they expected. I suppose I could take a quick look. That's not the best place to look for it. Better place is here. Parts. Small parts is unlocked by casting. Stage 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 packs deep. It's done by production science. Starting getting the fancier cast things, or you can multicast. Used for military sites. Now, granted, you can cast some of the stuff that goes into the small parts earlier. Yeah. Bolts, gears, copper cables, all be cast using just chemical science. Yeah, which I'm not even on chemical. I'm on Sci-Pack 1 here still. We're working on casting. We're looking on just figuring out how to cast iron and aluminum. Real early. And small parts themselves can have to be crafted from bolts, gears, copper cables until you get to production science, yeah. The only true way to win Pi is never play again. It's hopefully not that bad. What did I came down here to drop my antimony oxide off. Chemical science only 5 science packs deep, way easier. Wait, at some point you win, give up or die. That's a possibility. Or you have, I suppose one of the reasons you might give up is you're suffering from frame death, where you just don't get enough frames. I suspect that will probably be how my run ends, as I probably hit the FPS degree where it's no longer fun for people to watch. Twitch chat's saying that's the coward's way out. Run 5 frames per minute. Well, to be fair, we're gonna run until we're doing something like 5 frames per minute. It probably won't be full 5. Probably the end will be like when we drop below like 30 or something. Yeah, that's hopefully well out into the future. Casting unit does have a direct output, so no insert is needed, so direct insertion that way might be an optimal design. Possibly. Twitch saying I've streamed 15 UPS, but that was because of the worst optimized sushi build I've ever seen. I can totally understand that, yeah. I think between streams I might have to look up how you can do sushi pipes. Thinking of maybe trying to do that for the fuel oil. Wish I was having a circuit update over 100,000 times per second. Yeah, that sounds like a good way to cause some UPS problems. After saying, okay, I go to sleep now. You're reminding me that I should probably go to sleep, so you might not be missing very much. I might remembering to get myself good to sleep as well. Don't explode your factory too much while I'm not watching. Don't worry, we'll try not to. Yeah, you reminded me that I should probably get to sleep. So I'm going to probably find a good place here to put a part break in and bring it to a close. Interlocks do I have? 19 going on 20. Okay, I think I'm gonna make like 2 fluid boilers and we'll get them installed. Bunch of copper is what I'm saying. Okay. Steam line. Yeah, that's the steam line. I don't think I have a convenient water line around here, do I? And 78 and 12 minutes in, we got our first oil burner handcrafted using the intermetallics coming in. For those who are watching the YouTube highlights, that means I've just about got 20 intermetallics, so we're building a second one here. And I suppose if you're watching the highlights, this is going to be probably the last highlight of day 11 before I bring the stream to a close. I'm trying to find a good place right now where I can put the oil burners in to burn the otherwise waste tar and coal gas, because apparently I am actively wasting them. So being able to make some steam off of them is not going to be the end of the world. Over here, maybe? Yeah, let's put them over here. Drop the mines off the thing for the moment. Okay, so I just need to drag some water over here. And then direct the fuel over to them. Okay, so that's the water line to nowhere, so that's probably a perfect place to pull from. Go get more under ground belt. Or underground pipe. Yep, that's my reach. I want to get it there, obviously, and get the oils in, which is going to be top and bottom. So top is going to be coal gas, bottom is going to be tar. And past the underground pipes. They're here. I'll grab some regular pipe over here as well. So I can do turns easy. So there's the water. So get the water over there, get them lumped in to water. I don't think they complain about enough fuel, which makes sense because I haven't yet delivered them their gas. Well, one case of tar, but tar and gas. Here we go. Steam is being made as fast as the oil burner can make it. Which, if anything, is actually a little bit concerning because the steam system is full. Don't necessarily know how the steam prioritization runs in the system. Yeah, so it's going somewhere. I just don't know how it's being prioritized. I assume because these are 200% efficiency, these might be being prioritized. So this might be, it might be why it seems like it's running constantly. It's because it is the best steam in the system, so it goes first. Oh no, there we can. See, it's actually keeping the stockpile full. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that is going to be, yeah, I think this is, if I do remember to highlight this as a second bit, here is a highlight for YouTube. This is definitely not a full setup. This is kind of the plan with overflow, extra gases and petrochemicals and stuff, is to oil burn them so we get some steam, so we can use steam for other things, including doing more petrochem stuff with them, right? Because self-referential. One of the main things we use steam for is doing stuff with our tar. So tar gets steamed into various things. So the leftover extra tar and the leftover extra coal gas, and I'm probably going to keep adding more as we go along. Same as here. We're going to add more in here. And in fact, I'm equipped to do all 16 liquids. I haven't done that yet, and I should probably do that. But that's not going to be today. Today it's time for it to end. So if you're watching on YouTube, I think the highlight probably just ended. I'm probably not going to go into this bit for the highlight. But if you're watching on Twitch or on the unedited version, I'm going to delay the ad. We're not going to watch this last ad because we're going to bring the stream to a close, and I'd like you to be here for the outro schedule. So the upcoming schedule, if everything goes according to plan, things are kind of going to plan. Today was Factorio. Tomorrow it's going to be Shadow Empire. It's going to be day 3 of Shadow Empire. Hoping to get the Syndicate computer going. I think all we're missing is the Syndicate faction spawning, and we can go Syndicate. Monday is going to be Solar Expanse. We just made Mercury habitable enough that we can land people on it. So I think we're going to get into doing stuff on Mercury on Monday. Tuesday is going to be Frostpunk 2. And then Wednesday is going to be Factorio Pyanodons. So that's going to be the 4 games that we're going to cycle through until we finish one of them up. That's probably either going to be Solar Expanse or Frostpunk 2, but they're probably going to go for over a week. So we're probably got that cycle going out for the next week or so. So if you're watching on the unedited version on YouTube, that probably gives you an idea of both what was recorded in your past and what is recorded in your future. The unedited version, this gets uploaded as soon as I get it compressed and can get it uploaded. So it might not actually be all that delayed. But if you're watching any of those series on YouTube and you can't wait until the next part comes up, feel free to hop over to Twitch and watch the Twitch VOD. The next part, probably for whatever series you're watching, probably is on Twitch from where we streamed it live. If you're watching Pyanodons live now on Twitch and you want a comment responded to, now is a good time to put those comments in so I can respond to them while the stream is still live. After I stop the recording here, I am going to do a quick save and one last read over of the messages before I bring the stream to a close. And I might actually try to see if we can go raid someone else's channel. If anyone else is doing Pyanodons, I'll probably go raid their channel. So with that, I'm going to wish the best of luck and a good time. Catch you all in the next part and or stream. And bye for now, people watching in the YouTube video.